All right, for the record, we are hearing case 22CR001139. The case is captioned State of Ohio versus Leon L. Klotz. We're scheduled here today for a non-jury trial. The defendant has previously waived in writing in open court his right to a jury trial and desires to proceed by way of trying this case to the bench. And that's still your desire here today, Mr. Klotz?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, then that's what we're going to do. We're scheduled for that today. Are there any matters that we need to discuss prior to proceeding? Mr. DePiero?
Yes, Your Honor, there are. Thank you very much. Your Honor, if it please the Court, Mr. Matthews and I have had extensive pretrial meetings and discussions regarding this case and regarding the presentation of evidence in this case. The State of Ohio and the defense has entered into stipulations, formal stipulations here as to the authenticity and the admissibility of the State's exhibits in this matter. And we have these stipulations reduced to a writing, a 3-page document. I provided that document to Mr. Matthews yesterday. I also provided Mr. Matthews a USB thumb drive that contains all of the State's exhibits 1 through 30 that the State intends to introduce at trial here today. It is my understanding that the defense will be entering into that stipulation here in writing, and that we would do that here at this time, Your Honor, if it please the Court.
Yeah, that's the best way of doing this. Was that correct, Mr. Matthews?
It is, Your Honor.
You had the opportunity to review this with your client?
Yes. Mr. DePiero has already signed this document. I have already signed this document. And at this point, I'll have Mr. Klotz sign it.
So, Mr. Klotz, you understand what this document's all about and what it means?
Yes, it means that the state is putting certain things into the record that I'm agreeing should be in the record, I suppose.
Exactly. Well, a stipulation is another word for an agreement.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
objecting
agreement
to
between
it.
the parties that certain evidence, in this case, it sounds like certain evidence is authentic and admissible. Not necessarily that it means, I mean, each side can argue whatever they want the evidence to mean, but normally in a trial you have to bring in witnesses to establish that this document or this record or this report is what it purports to be. And you're basically agreeing that they don't need to do that, and that you're acknowledging that it's an authentic, that's the actual document, they don't need to establish that, and admitting that.
Yes, sir.
Is that what this is pretty much all about? I don't
Yes,
have
Your
a
Honor.
copy of it.
That's okay, Your Honor. Yes, and I'll show Your Honor when the defendant signs it, but that is what it's about, and it's a stipulation to that all of the State's exhibits, as they're listed on the document, 1 through 30, would be admissible, and a consent to State's exhibits 1 through 30 being admitted at the commencement of the trial so that we can proceed in an orderly fashion here, Judge.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, well, if you want to join in that stipulation, go ahead and sign that document at this time, please. Oh, it's hot in here today. You can crack a window even, Stan.
Yes, sir. All right.
This heater's not on, is it?
No, sir.
Yeah, tomorrow's the thing, 9/12.
The other one. If it gets too cold, let me know. We can.
Your Honor, Mr. Klotz has
Yeah, I like to have that.
signed that document.
All right, then I'm going to mark this as joint exhibit number 1. I'll have the court reporter do that, and then we'll make part of the record in that manner. All right. So this is just Mr. DePiero, basically the exhibit list you gave me.
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
It is a cut and paste of the State's exhibits list that's been provided
Okay.
to the court and to defense counsel. It is everything that the case.
Got it. Here, Mary, you want to keep that? Just get a sticker on it when we get a chance for joint. All right, joint exhibit 1. All right, Mr. DePiero, anything else that needs to be discussed? On behalf of the state?
Separation of witnesses, Your Honor.
Well, I will grant the motion by the state here for a separation of witnesses. So if there's anyone in the courtroom who intends on testifying as a witness in this case, you need to step out of the courtroom and remain out of the courtroom until your testimony, until you've testified. So, again, for the attorneys, I don't know who the witnesses are, so I need you to help monitor, police that order. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
anything else for the state?
Well, Your Honor, I would move to admit States Exhibits 1 through 30. And I don't know if now's the time to do that, or once we start the presentation of witnesses.
I mean, there's no objection, obviously, right?
No objection.
All right, so states 1 through 30 will be admitted. Before we go any further, is there anything on behalf of the defense that you care to address prior to starting the matter?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. DePiero, opening statement then from the state of Ohio.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd move to incorporate the indictment into my opening statement. if I may.
So granted. And are we going forward on all the counts in the indictment?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Is it planned to go up forward on all the counts in the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, through the course of presenting the testimony of 10 witnesses in this case.
Let me stop you for 1 second.
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry.
Sure.
Tell me who's your representative there. I just
Oh,
don't
I
wanna-
apologize, Your Honor. Of course, I should have said that.
Who do you have with you there?
Your Honor, at the trial table is Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Alexander Hurd,
Heard?
H-U-R-D,
Okay.
as in David. And also, Your Honor, as a representative of the Ohio State Highway Patrol, this is Sergeant Evan Mace, M-A-C-E.
Thank you. All right, now you may start.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, through the presentation of evidence with 10 witnesses, the state will present evidence the defendant is guilty of these charges. Through the course of that testimony, you're going to hear about how on August 26, 2022, the defendant, Leon Klotz, had identified a truck that he wanted to purchase. This is a truck that was for sale by a small used car dealership in Willoughby called J.E. Auto Works. Now, the defendant sent a message to J.E. Auto Works expressing interest in the truck, and J.E. Auto Works expected that the defendant was going to be coming somewhere around 4:30 in the afternoon that day, August 26th. The defendant did. He was dropped off by someone, and he met with Mr. James Luffman, who will testify in this matter, Your Honor. Mr. Luffman is a salesman at J.E. Auto Works, showed the defendant the truck. The defendant got out of the car, says, "I'm ready." Mr. Luffman says, "Well, you got to get behind the wheel and drive a little bit." The defendant says, "Oh, my license is suspended." Mr. Luffman says, "Well, you got to at least drive in the parking lot here. We have a policy here at J.E. Auto, you got to get behind the wheel because this is an as-is transaction." The defendant did so, came back, said, "I'm ready to buy it." Went inside. Josh Eglin, the owner of J.E. Auto Works, then proceeded to go through sales transaction paperwork that the defendant signed, purchasing this truck for just under $3,000 out the door. One of those documents, Your Honor, one of the state's exhibits will be an application for a temporary tag. This is a temp license plate that is applied for by signing a Ohio BMV document. This document, the defendant signed, and in signing, he affirmed that he, now the owner of this truck, had insurance, and he did not. If he doesn't sign it, he doesn't get it. It's a tag, so he signed it. Got his tag, bought the car, drove away. Now, this is a 2008 Dodge Ram, 1500 model, Your Honor. Had about 258,000 miles on it.
How many?
258, about 1,000. Defendant's going to use it to do some odd jobs. He's driving back home to Ashtabula, and he takes I-90. So the defendant's driving I-90 eastbound, Your Honor. passes Route 44, and he's getting a room in the road pretty soon. About the 204 mile marker, which is about a mile west of the Vrooman Road exit. There are two other drivers who are in the vicinity of the defendant, Ann Cellini and Laura Jones. The state will present their testimony as well, Your Honor. They will testify that they observed this truck. Ann Cellini saw the truck the defendant was driving in the left lane, abruptly moved to the right, past a car that was in the left lane, abruptly moved to the left, passing a car that was in the right lane, and then she observed the car to be out of control and crossed the median. Laura Jones will testify that she saw this truck fly by her. She was in the right-hand lane, truck flies by her in the left-hand lane. She sees the truck, brake lights come on, fishtailing, and the truck careens across the median into oncoming travel of cars that are going westbound on I-90. Mrs. Catherine Wise was driving her Chevy Aveo westbound on I-90. As the defendant's truck traveled across the median, the rear driver's side of the defendant's truck struck the front of the Aveo. And we'll explain with diagrams and photographs, Your Honor. Very powerful impact. Caused the defendant and his truck to travel east, Chevy Aveo to travel west. Mrs. Wise died from the injury she sustained from the defendant hitting her car. On scene, she was pronounced dead. Right after the impact, the defendant gets out, goes, checks on this car that he struck. The defendant himself even calls 911. A couple other people call 911 as well. Very soon, the Ohio State Highway Patrol arrives, fire departments arrive, trying to help, trying to determine what happened. You're going to hear the testimony of Sergeant Evan Mace, Your Honor, at the trial table. He was one of two sergeants on scene that day. And Sergeant Mace's role was to photograph the scene, to take measurements, to monitor traffic. So the table presents photographs, some body camera of the scene, so you can get a real sense of the distances involved here and some of these tire marks and ruts. Sergeant Kindler was the other sergeant in charge, and his role on scene was to talk to the defendant. And the state will be presenting video of the defendant's statements to the Ohio State Patrol right on scene, right at the time of this crash, Your Honor. And I'll say, there was no suspicion at all that there were any drugs or alcohol involved in this at all. The defendant was not exhibiting any signs of intoxication. Just to be safe, trooper performed the horizontal gaze and stagnant. There's no signs of intoxication. The defendant, however, engaged in what amounts to, the state is going to show maybe about 55 minutes or so of video of the defendant in the back seat of an Ohio State Highway Patrol cruiser car talking about the crash and other events of that day. Then it says, I was going along fine, wasn't speeding, and just something just happened. I lost control of the car before I knew it. I was over here and did everything I could to stop it. In essence, what he says. Your Honor's going to hear all of it. Sergeant Ryan Fox is a crash reconstructionist, Your Honor. He's a supervisor at the Ohio State Highway Patrol. His job was to come in and to take laser accurate measurements and to chart the path of the vehicles through the course of the crash. You're going to hear testimony from Sergeant Fox. You're going to see his report and diagrams that he made showing the path of these vehicles. Now, it was mentioned situation on scene, one of the things the defendant said is there was somebody on scene, a lay witness, who saw this and said it looked like his drive axle dropped off on his truck. The State of Ohio retained the services of Introtech Crash Reconstruction firm in this matter, Your Honor. And you're going to hear the testimony of two experts, one a forensic mechanic, Mr. James Drozdowski. He did a mechanical inspection of the defendant's truck. Through the course of his testimony and the exhibits that are related to his testimony, the state will establish that there was no mechanical failure of this truck. This was driver error. Finally, Your Honor, the state will present the testimony of Vincent, the crash reconstruction expert with Introtech, who reviewed the data, the graphs, the evidence in the matter, and was able to determine a pre-crash speed that the defendant was traveling as he began to lose control in the eastbound lane. And you're going to hear that that speed is 83 miles an hour. Through the course of the state's presenting its testimony, with the stipulations, I will be presenting the exhibits in a linear fashion. I do not expect. So I am saying that up front because I really am going to be going up 8A through J. Here we go, with them being admitted. After the state has presented all of its evidence, the evidence is going to show he should have been more careful. He was driving too fast. He oversteered. When you add up all of the combined factors that the state will show, it was a substantial lapse of due care in his driving. That causes Mrs. Y's death. That's negligence. It's the main issue in this case. Thank you very much.
Mr. Matthews, on behalf of the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on this day, Mr. Klotz did purchase this vehicle. He had secured a down payment on a job he was going to complete. He used those funds, purchased this vehicle. It was not money for materials. It was in advance on his labor on the job that allowed him the funds to purchase the vehicle. He's not been able to work. He has wife at home, stable. He's just trying to get back on his feet. In the video, you'll see he fully acknowledges that he was under suspension. But he purchased this vehicle and did not know its capabilities on the highway when he drove it away. Something also very important that he did not know was that the tires on this vehicle are too big for this truck. And you'll hear from Mr. Cronin from Introtech that will necessarily result in Mr. Klotz's speedometer reading a speed lower than that which he was actually going. You'll also hear that this increase in the height of the vehicle could have a tendency to render the vehicle unstable. No one is disputing that Mr. Klotz lost control of the vehicle. No one is disputing that, tragically, that resulted in the death of Mrs. Y. What we are disputing is the state's contention that given those factors regarding the vehicle, given the speed that Mr. Klotz would have thought he may have been driving, given that these conditions on the road were ideal.
They were what?
Ideal.
They were ideal.
They were. There was no rain, there's no ice, there's no glare. manner in which he operated that vehicle, when factoring in the oversized tires, his actions, that they do not amount to a substantial lapse of due care, which is the standard that is required to find him criminally negligent. We are confident the court will find that there was no substantial lapse of due care.
All right, we'll get started with the evidence. Let me just state for the attorneys here that, it's a non-jury trial, so it's much less formal than what we would be doing if the jury was here. So you don't need to ask permission to approach witnesses. You don't need to repeat things multiple times. It's just understand that there's no jury here, and you don't need to quote unquote put on your show like you would have to for. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I get it what a jury trial is, but it's not necessary for this. So, all right, Mr. DePiro, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Josh Egeland.
Morning. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may have a seat.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. DePiro, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Sir, good morning to you.
Morning.
Sir, please, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up. The microphone in front of you amplifies your voice, so if you'd like to sit closer to that, we'd be fine. Please identify yourself for the record by saying your name and spelling your name.
Joshua Egeland, Joshua Egeland.
Okay, Mr. Egeland, how old are you, sir?
28 years old.
Please tell the court what you do for a living.
I own a used car dealership in Willoughby, Ohio.
What's it called?
JE Auto Works, LLC.
All right, how long have you owned JE Auto Works?
Since 2019.
And did you form the business? Did you open it yourself?
Yes.
All right. How long have you been selling cars in your life?
About 10 or 12 years now.
So did you work at another?
I've worked for other used car dealerships, yes.
Okay. And I was going to ask you, what kind of cars do you sell at JE Auto, used or new?
Used.
Now, is JE Auto a licensed used car dealer with the Ohio BMV?
Yes.
What did you have to do to become a licensed used car dealer with the BMV?
You have to fill out an application. The state has to come down. They got to actually look at the place, put their eyes on it, make sure it's up the state requirements, and they either give you a yes or a no.
Okay.
They either give you a yes or a no.
Okay. And did you do that process when you opened up?
Oh, yes. When I opened, yeah.
Okay. And
You have to.
as part of being a licensed used car dealer with the Ohio BMV, does JE Auto have the capability to issue temporary license plates when you sell cars?
Yes.
How do you do that?
You do it on the Ohio's website. That's only accessible to the dealers. You've put in all the customer's information, and it comes out of a printer.
All right, so you access the BMV website with your dealer.
Login,
credentials.
yes.
Okay. And the temp tags, are they free to you?
No, they are not.
How do you attain that?
You purchase a large amount at one time, and then you sell one with each car that you sell.
Okay. Did you ever sell used cars before all this electronic stuff?
With the cardboard temp tags, yes. Those used to come in the mail.
Okay, but now instead of getting the ones in the mail, you do it on the computer?
Yes, you just do it on the computer.
Now, you sell used cars, but is there a particular kind of used car that you typically sell at JE Auto?
We sell vehicles for about under $5,000, under $4,000.
Where do you get the cars that you put for sale?
Either auctions or wholesale from local dealers in Lake County.
What local dealers in Lake County do you get the cars?
Classic, Adventure, Ganley, Honda of Menor, Audi of Menor, JD Byrider,
Where do they get the cars?
from other people, the people that trade them in
Okay.
on a new vehicle.
Somebody goes to buy a car classic, they trade in their old car, you might be buying the one they traded in at auction. Is that
Correct,
right?
yes.
Okay. Do you physically go to these dealerships where they have these auctions to buy these cars, you yourself?
Yes,
And do you do any inspection of the vehicles prior to purchasing them at these auctions?
we road test them.
You do what?
I test drive them before I purchase them.
So before you buy the car at the auction, you get behind the wheel and drive it?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any criteria that you use, whether or not you're gonna buy the car or not?
If it's got good brakes, good suspension, makes noises, shifts, engine doesn't sound like it's about to blow up, that kind of thing.
Okay. What about the steering?
Steering, make sure it goes right, goes left, you know, has power steering, all that stuff.
Okay. So you make all those determinations yourself behind the wheel of a car that you might buy before you decide to buy it, is that right?
Yes,
And if all those things work that you just testified about, you might buy the car.
yes,
All right. Do you remember this 2008 Dodge Ram that we're here on?
yes.
Okay. Who purchased that car?
Leon Klotz.
Well, I guess what I mean is, before Leon, I'm gonna ask you some questions about that in a minute.
Mhm.
But before that, how did you get your hands on this Dodge Ram truck?
I got it from Classic Auto Group,
Where at?
Menor, Ohio.
Okay. So they have a dealership there, you went yourself physically and you saw this car?
Yes.
Did you drive it and do those?
Test drove it, the day before I got it, 'cause you have to put a bid on it 24 hours prior to the day. And
And any problems that you noted when you test drove the car?
from what I remember that day, it was loud. Other than that, that's all I remember. It drove, it stopped, it turned right, it turned left, you know.
Okay. All right, do you remember if there were any check engine lights on there?
It probably did. It was super loud, so I assumed it had a check engine
When
light.
you drove it drove okay?
Yes,
So you decided to buy it?
yes.
Do you remember how much you paid for it at auction?
I do not.
I have a question. When you test drive these cars, or this one, I really care about this one, do you go on the freeway?
No.
Good.
Thank you, Your Honor. The JD Autos in Willoughby, what's the address?
36335 Reading Avenue, Unit 11, Willoughby, Ohio, 44094.
Okay. And so you purchased it on Classic, which is over Tyler Boulevard?
It's over on Tyler Boulevard, where their wholesale cars are.
All right. How did after you purchased the truck, okay, you did not drive it on the freeway before?
No, not beforehand.
But after you purchased the truck, how did the truck get back?
It got transported down Tyler Boulevard, the 615, to the freeway, to get off the freeway at Vine Street, went down 361st Street, the Beidler, to Reading Avenue.
Okay. You're talking about Route 2 when you say?
Yeah, Route 2, yeah, yes.
All right. What's the speed limit on that portion of Route 2?
60?
So you, did you yourself drive the truck back?
Me, myself, no.
Okay. All right. Do you know who drove it back?
I do not remember.
When the person from JD Auto that drove it from Classic to JD Auto, were there any problems with the truck that you were made aware of?
No.
When you got the truck back to JD Auto, what did you do with it?
We pressure wash it, check the oil, and after that, I will drive it probably about half a mile to a quarter mile down the road to take a picture in a cul-de-sac, and then list it for sale.
Okay, so you drove it again after it was on the, transported there over
Yes,
the freeway?
yes.
When you drove it again, at the time that you were taking photographs to advertise it for sale, how did the car drive?
Fine. It was just loud from what I remember.
Same as when you,
Same as when I test drove it before I purchased it.
okay, so brakes,
Had brakes.
did they work?
They worked.
Or what about the steering?
Went right, went left.
What about the gears?
Gears shifted through the gears.
Okay. Acceleration,
Acceleration was there.
when you turn the steering wheel, did it turn
Yes.
right and left?
Yes, sir.
You put it for sale?
Yes.
How? What forum do you use?
Facebook Marketplace is 90% of my, where I sell vehicles.
Okay. Now, did there come a point in time when Leon Klotz sent you a message inquiring about this truck?
Yes.
All right, and how did that communication come through?
Facebook Messenger.
Now, you you and I met and you showed me the messages from Leon Klotz that day, right, August 26th?
Yes.
All right, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 1A, 1B, and 1C. Okay, do you recognize those as the screenshots that you took of the messages from
Yes.
Leon? Okay. Your Honor, if I may have permission to use the computer, I can put them up on the screen. Okay. Now, Mr. Ega, you have a small monitor right next to you where you can see what's up on that projector, right?
Yes.
Do you see what's in front of you?
Yes.
You can pull that out a little bit if you want.
It's
Full screen
But be
out.
careful, the cord's not real long, but
Okay, that's good.
you turn it sort of the screen, toward yourself.
Towards
Towards
yourself, because I want you to be able to see. There, you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yes.
I'm gonna zoom in a little bit here. Okay, so here we see in 1A, Leon 2008 Dodge Ram 1500 SLT, pickup 4D, 6.25. What does this stuff mean? Pickup 4D?
4 doors, 6.25 bed,
What does this mean?
6'1¼ length bed, like the bed length of the truck.
Okay, all right, so is this the average, is this how the truck, subject vehicle in this case was identified on Facebook Messenger when you had it advertised?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now, see, I just want to identify. We see messages on the left, responses on the right. Am I right about this?
Yes.
See where I'm moving the cursor?
Yep.
Hi, is this available? Who sent that message to you?
He did. Leon.
Leon Klotz,
Yes.
the defendant? Okay, and then in blue, who would have been saying the blue stuff?
I did.
All right, so he said, is this available? Yes, right? It's kind of hard to see on the screen.
I can see it fine.
Can you see it, Judge? Okay.
You're talking about where it says the highest it's available? Is that what you wanted to know if I
Yeah,
can read?
can you see that, Judge?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Glasses.
I need glasses today, I don't know.
I can see fine.
All right. All right, well, but what about this, Judge? Do you see that there's a date there, August 26, 2022?
ELX, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can read that.
All right. And you can see that too.
Yeah, I can see it.
What's the date that it says there?
August 26, 2022,
At 12:40 p.m.?
at 12:40 p.m.
All right, is that the right day and time that you got this message?
Yeah?
All right, and then this Leon, I'm still trying to find a way to buy your truck. That's from the defendant, right?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm gonna just go on to 1B. Okay. And so continue from 1A, he said, I'm still trying to find a buyer truck, and then you said, okay, is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
I can see this fine.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Rocco.
I will call you before I leave, just in case someone else gets there first. That's from the defendant, Leon Klotz, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you say, okay, and you provide a phone, what phone number is that?
The business phone.
All right, and then he says thanks, and then at 3:49 p.m., the defendant says, what time do you stay till? On my way, I'll be there by 4:30, my ride was late, and what do you say?
As long as you're here by 4:30.
Okay, is that what time you guys close?
We usually close about 5 o'clock.
All right.
Sometimes you tell somebody or people earlier, so nobody's showing up at 5 o'clock.
Okay. All right, and then just moving on to 1C here. You say, as long as you're here by 4:30, he says, I will, my map says I will, you say, okay, and then at 4:25, you receive a message from him, the defendant, that says, here's my info so you can get it done, I have cash, identifies his name, address, this is in Vegas.
Yes.
All right, so you guys, are you alone at JE Auto on August 26, 2022, about 4:30, or somebody there with you?
No, it would have been me and James.
All right, who's James?
He is my salesperson.
All right, what's his last name?
Lothman?
All right. So you were expecting the defendant to come at that time, correct?
Yes. Yes.
What preparation did you make in anticipation of the defendant arriving at your dealership to buy this car?
What did I do?
Yeah, what you guys did?
We probably just sat there and waited until he came. I mean, the vehicle was probably already sitting outside waiting.
Okay, so James being the salesman, who's gonna be dealing with this potential customer when they arrive?
He is.
All right, and what are you doing while he's dealing with his customer?
I usually would clean up, sit in the office, do something else.
Okay, did you have a good idea that this defendant's gonna buy this car?
Sometimes it's 50-50.
Okay. When the defendant arrived, did you see him arrive?
Possibly.
Only if you remember, I don't want you to guess.
I don't remember.
Okay. All right, did there come a point in time when James Loftman went outside to deal with the defendant?
Yes.
All right, and what, did you remain inside?
Yes.
All right. When you sell a car, are there documents, sales transaction records that you prepare?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time when you realized, okay, this guy's gonna buy the car, I'm gonna start preparing that?
Yes.
Okay. At what point did you start doing that on this day with this defendant in this car?
Not until, I knew he wanted to purchase it, and he was back in the office.
How do you?
That's when I would start the paperwork.
Okay, when he's back in the office with James?
Yeah.
And they confirm, yeah, he's got.
Confirm it, yes.
the car?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, how do you prepare the paperwork? How?
We have a computer software called Fraser. Put in the customer's information, the vehicle information, the price, and it prints out all the legal documents for the state of Ohio.
Okay, and you do that at your desk, at your computer?
Yes.
All right. All right. Mr. Eglin, I'm handing you and marked as State's Exhibits 2A through 2F, okay? I'm just gonna put them out in front of you. Recognize these?
Yes.
You gave these to me, right?
Yes.
What are we looking at here, 2A through F? You can go ahead and look at it.
2A is a bill of sale. 2B is the receipt proving that it went into the customer's name. 2C is the registration from the state of Ohio. 2D is the odometer disclosure statement stating that the miles are correct. 2E is Ohio's buyer's guide. And 2F is the finalization form.
Okay, so I
What was
asked
the
you.
last one? I'm sorry.
The finalization form.
Thank you.
I asked you about what paper gets generated when you sell a car. Is the paperwork, when you responded, that you testified about, encompassed in 2A through 2F, is that the sales transaction records when you sell a car typically?
Other than 2B. 2B you get when you transfer the title into the customer's name from the state of Ohio.
So this is like a memorandum of title.
That's just a receipt.
Okay.
That's all it is.
All right,
Proof.
so 2A, C, D, E, and F, you generate in your computer and present it to the person who's buying the car for signature, is that right?
Yes.
All right, let's look at those. 2A. So these 2A through F, do these documents relate to the sales transaction of this 2008 Dodge Ram to the defendant Leon Klotz? And you can look on your screen there right in front of you.
Yes, that's the bill of sale.
Okay, so this is 2A that I showed you, the bill of sale, buyer information Leon Klotz, right?
Yes.
How did that information get into the computer?
I typed it in.
Okay. And then seller information, that's you guys, right, JE Auto.
Correct.
Here we have vehicle price, is this what you advertised the car for?
Yes.
$2,495?
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't any haggling involved here, he bought it as the
Yes.
price you were asking?
Yes.
Okay, and then we have some other fees and so forth as we move down, right?
Yes.
Looking at the remarks section, it's sold as is.
Yes.
All right, total due $29,5975. Is that the out-the-door price for this car?
Yes.
All right. Did the defendant tender $2,959.75 to you on August 26, 2022 to purchase this car?
Yes.
All right, at what point did he do that to you? Give you that money?
At the end of the signing of the paperwork.
All right. So, but the person who's signing the paperwork is the defendant here, Leon Klotz?
Yes.
We have signatures at the bottom of the screen in the middle. Whose signature is that?
Leon Klotz, the buyer.
What about over here to the left where it says accepted by authorized representative seller? Whose signature is that?
That's me.
Okay. Then we have a terms and condition page where the defendant put his initials, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Down at the bottom, another place where the defendant puts his initials and JE, are those your initials?
Yes.
All right, moving on to 2B, that's the you said it was the receipt, right? You got that after the fact?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna move on to 2C, because I wanna ask you about what happened with this defendant. Now, you identified this as the temp tag registration application, right?
Yes.
You're looking at it? All right, and what's on the screen? That's 2C that's in front of you, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. Now,
2C?
2C, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The, how does this information get, this typed information at the top of 2C, how did that information get on there, this form?
This is, the Ohio's website. I typed the information in there.
Okay, so I asked you that question earlier about being a licensed used car dealer with the DMV and having a permit to issue temp tags.
Yes.
All right, is this, what you mean when you put in information and it creates the document for you?
Yes, because I have a username and a password to log into this website to be able to do this.
Okay, and then right here, where we look at, where, on the part of the document where it says dealer permit, and there's a number there, UD 023144.
Yep.
Is that your dealer permit number with the
Yep.
DMV?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. So you input this information into the program after you have purchased this temp tag blank, right? Now you're selling it to
Yes.
somebody. Okay, and is this the information for the Dodge Ram that the defendant buys?
Yes.
All right. Bottom, all right? There's a signature line. Signature of purchaser, who signed that?
Leon Klotz, the customer.
All right. Now, just above that, proof of financial responsibility. Can you read that? What you're looking at?
I affirm that the owners or lessees of leased vehicle now have insurance or other proof of financial responsibility, coverage covering this vehicle, and will not operate or permit the operation of this vehicle without FR coverage. By signing this, I acknowledge that I have received a copy of the financial responsibility notice.
Okay. This is one of the documents that you create in selling a car, right?
Yes, this gets printed.
Did the defendant ever say he did not want a temp tag?
I do not think so.
2D. This is the odometer disclosure statement, right?
Yes.
All right. This car had 258,025 miles when you sold it?
Yes.
Okay. Defendant signed it, you signed it, right?
Yes.
Buyer's guide, this is what we see typically taped to cars that are for sale, right?
Yes, in the windows.
No dealer warranty, you made that expressly clear to the defendant, didn't you?
Yes.
Whose signature is at the bottom of the second page of 2D?
Leon Klotz.
All right. That's the defendant here? Right?
Yes.
2F, now this is, I'm just gonna rotate the view here. This finalization form, please explain to the court what this is.
Finalization, you just want me to read it?
I want you to explain what it is.
It's just another as-is form saying that there's no warranty, that there's no returns, no refunds, no repairs on the vehicle.
All right. Is this a form that you created for your business?
Yes.
Why do you use this form?
It's just another as-is form, just because.
So that the person knows.
So they understand, yes.
No returns.
That there's no returns, they have the chance to get it looked at before they purchase the vehicle.
Okay, so when you prepared this, you create all this paperwork, right?
Yes.
And when you created it and you said that you printed it out, in
Which
what
number
manner-
is this, Rocco? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Which number is this?
That was
Two-
2F as in Frank.
2F, thank you.
What, how did you present these documents to the defendant?
I explained what each one is, bill of sale, your information, my information, price. Next one would be, the odometer statement. This is true mileage on the vehicle. Next one, this is the buyer's guide, this is the power of attorney. I explained what each form is.
Okay, and where did you do that with the defendant?
In the office,
What-
at the desk.
You have an interior, like, office of your, okay, and do you have a desk,
I do,
computer?
yes.
Where was the defendant seated when he signed those documents?
Across from the desk,
What?
across from the desk,
Across
from me.
the desk? Okay. And did you hand the documents to him and explain what each one was and have him sign it?
Yes,
And he gave you money?
yes.
You gave him the keys, right?
Yep, put the temp tag in the back window, and he was on his way.
happened in, at your dealership in Willoughby, Lake County, Ohio, correct?
Correct.
We're looking at 3C as in boy, and 3C. Okay, take a look at those. 3B, 3C.
Yes.
Okay. Now, first I'm going to show you on the screen 3C. 3C, that looks very similar to the temp tag application the defendant signed, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, notice at the bottom, we're going to the bottom, there's no signature.
Yes.
Okay. But is this 3C the same document that you created and presented to the defendant for signature?
Yes.
Now, when you created 3C and 2C, did another document pop up on your screen to print out?
Just these two
Okay.
pop up.
When you say these two, you're talking about
About 3B and 3C,
Okay.
correct.
So I'm going to ask about 3B now, all right? 3B is in boy. Okay, I wonder if I can. See that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the temp tag and the customer's copy of the registration.
So you're talking about the temp tag itself, the actual license plate?
Yes, the top part.
All right. I'm just going to zoom in a little because it seems to be a scissor with a dotted line.
Yes.
All right. So this document 2B was created when you sold the defendant the car that day. What did you do with it when you printed it out?
It gets put in the back of the window, in the back window of the vehicle. That is where the state tells us to put them.
All right. What gets put in the back?
The top part of that piece of paper of
Alright.
3B.
So you cut it and somebody put it in the back window, right?
Yes.
Who put it in the back window?
James.
Your salesman.
Yes.
Okay. What about that bottom part? The top part goes in the window. What do you do with the bottom part?
You cut it in half and you give the customer that copy
All right. Did you do that?
with the
or
rest
do
of their
you-
paperwork.
I'm sorry, sir. I keep interrupting you. What did you say?
You give the registration to the customer and with the rest of the paperwork they signed, copies of it.
Okay. And when you say the registration, you're
It's
talking
the
about
bottom half. Yes,
that
the bottom
registration.
half. Yep.
Okay. All right, so 3B as in boy, as we're looking at it, this is what was created when you created this document, you gave this to this defendant, right?
Yes.
A copy of it.
Yes.
What document was that? The
That one that,
one that had the half?
This one, Judge?
Yes.
That's 3B as in boy. 3B.
Is that the only one we looked at from the 3 series? No, you showed me something else too with the unsigned,
Yes,
that
right.
was 3A?
We looked at 3B, and then we also looked at 3C.
3C.
The testimony was, this is the document that he created, the defendant signed. But there could be testimony
Okay.
shortly.
So for the 3 series, we looked at B and C.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha, all right.
So, any, contact that the defendant had with the vehicle itself happened outside of your door, you were inside doing the, in the office getting paperwork together, defendant's outside with James Wolf.
Well, I didn't start getting paperwork together until after I knew he wanted it.
But you weren't around the defendant when he was around this truck.
No.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Honor, I don't have any more questions for Mr. Agnew.
Thank you. Oh, hold on. Mr. Matthews gets to ask you
Oh,
some questions.
okay.
That's okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Matthews. And also, you can question wherever you want. You don't have to, what, podium,
thanks,
stage,
Judge.
or
I
table.
would much prefer to.
That's fine. I have no issue with that.
Thank you.
As long as, make sure he can hear you, witnesses can hear you, that's
Oh,
fine.
I'm sure he'll be able to hear me.
Right.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
He paid about $2,500 for this vehicle. That was the list price.
Correct.
That's a pretty low price for a vehicle of this type and year and model.
Yeah. I mean, all of my vehicles are priced to sell. I mean, if you look at the Carfax value on all of my vehicles, it's usually really low compared to what I have it listed for.
Compared to what?
What I have it listed for, so Carfax retail
Gotcha.
to what I have it listed for.
Like, what kind of a difference would we be talking about?
Thousands of dollars sometimes.
So you're selling this vehicle thousands of dollars less than what Carfax would value it at?
Yes.
Okay. Now, why would you not just charge $1,500 less? Would that not generate?
I move vehicles. We sell anywhere from 30 to 50 vehicles a month. I'm in the business to move vehicles, not hold on to them and make, huge amounts of money. I make small profits and carry on.
But certainly you're not purchasing these vehicles for more than you're selling them, correct?
No. They're
So
selling for, I'm purchasing them for less than I'm selling them for.
As I would expect.
Yes.
So that means that the people that you're buying them from are also selling them to you for far less than Carfax says they're worth.
Yeah.
What factors could go into their decision to sell you the vehicle for far less?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you notice that, well, let me ask you this. Do you review the regular maintenance records of the vehicles?
We've got
you purchase?
Carfaxes on every single vehicle.
Okay. Do you review those prior to purchase?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you on this vehicle?
I can't recall.
Okay. So you
So
can't
let me
say.
stop for 1 second. You used the term Carfaxes, and I'm pretty sure I understand what that is. But why don't you give me, tell me
Thank
what
you, Your Honor.
Carfax is?
Carfax is, I have an app. I can scan the VIN to any vehicle, and it will give me, maintenance records on it, if there even is any. Most of the times with some of the vehicles I get, there's not even any maintenance records.
When
They're
you say
older.
maintenance, you're talking about even oil changes?
Yes, even if you took it to the dealership for an oil change, tire rotation, even the check that a button wasn't working would be on there.
Does it have to go to the dealership, or could it go to
Sometimes, depends if,
5-minute oil change? Can that tell you?
it depends if that mechanic repair shop is an authorized Carfax reporter.
Thank you.
So your testimony is that you cannot say that you did review regular maintenance records for this vehicle?
No.
Aside from driving the car around a little, do you perform any kind of detailed inspection of the vehicle?
We do not. We road test them up and down the road, which could be like a quarter mile.
Which could be what?
About a quarter mile long, not long. I just make sure it goes first, second gear, that type of thing.
So there certainly could be issues mechanically with these vehicles that you are unaware of due to the lack of inspection.
Sometimes, yes, but they get driven on the vehicle, or they get driven on the freeway to come to my place. So this vehicle was on the freeway prior to it being posted for sale.
But not driven by you,
Not by me, no.
and you're not certain who did drive it.
I do not.
Would your test driving of the vehicle reveal any tendency for the truck to pull to the right or to the left when braking at high speeds?
Sometimes, if we had
In relation to this vehicle?
to this vehicle, I'm not sure. I don't know. Nobody told me that when they got back from the vehicle, nothing stood out wrong with it. Sometimes if there's something majorly wrong with the vehicle, they will definitely tell me. The driver would.
Now, Mr. Klotz was given an opportunity to test drive this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And where was he able to drive it?
I was not there when he asked to test drive the vehicle. I just know he test drove
You're
it.
not there when what?
I wasn't outside talking to him when he test drove the vehicle. I was inside the building.
What degree of review do you engage in with a purchaser regarding the documents that they sign at your dealership?
What do you mean?
Do you take each document individually
For-
and explain the purpose behind the document?
I explained to him what it is, like the bill of sale, this is your information, my information, the price, the breakdown on everything, then so on. Go on with the odometer statement. This is me stating that the miles are correct, I'm not lying to you about the miles. This is the power of attorney form, so I can put the title in your name. This is the registration, and then this is your copy of the registration and the temp tag. This is a finalization form, you know, that's what I say.
Were you aware that Mr. Klotz did not have a valid license?
When he purchased the vehicle, I mean, anybody can purchase a vehicle without a license or with a license. I can't recall at that time if I remember he did or did not. But there is multiple people who I sell vehicles to that do not have a license. You're allowed to.
Did you inquire as to whether or not he had insurance?
That's their responsibility. He wasn't financing the vehicle, he paid in cash, so it becomes his responsibility.
So then you didn't inquire on that?
No. I don't do financing or anything, so there's never any inquiries on insurance. Because the banks would want to know that stuff.
I'm sorry?
The banks would want to know that stuff, because technically they own the vehicle.
And I apologize if are you aware whether or not Mr. Klotz test drove the vehicle?
He did, I'm aware that he did, yes. I just don't know how far, where, I didn't see.
Okay,
So.
all right. Do you know if Mr. Lothman was the one who oversaw Mr. Klotz's test drive of the
I believe
vehicle?
he knows more about it than I do.
Okay. What other types of, besides things like oil changes, transmission fluid, well, I mean, I'm not a car guy, I apologize, but what are other categories of regularly scheduled maintenance that should be done on vehicles?
I mean, regular scheduled maintenance would be brakes, tires, oil changes, I feel like. For regular maintenance.
But again, you have no idea whether or not that was...
No, I'm not an auto repair shop.
No, I understand, but you do not know if this vehicle, the Dodge in question, had any of that regular maintenance over the course of its 258,000 miles?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, now you may step down. Thank you. You call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls James Lothman.
Mr. DePiero, this gentleman's not a witness?
He's not a witness.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure.
Thank you for
So
asking. Trooper's here to observe a trial.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Let me have you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. All right, proceed.
Okay.
Mr. DePiero, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Sir, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the court by saying your name and spelling your name.
James Lothman, James Lothman.
Okay, Mr. Lothman, how old are you, sir?
28.
What do you do for a living?
Sell cars.
Where at?
JE Auto Works.
How long you been selling cars at JE Auto?
Almost 5 years now.
How did you, come to sell cars there?
Josh is my friend and he's the owner of the place. We went to school together.
So you've been selling cars there for about 5 years?
Roughly.
Okay. What are your duties at JE Auto? What is your role there? What do you do?
Deal with customers and pretty much everything really.
What do you mean deal with customers? Like what?
Send them on test drives, take care of them pretty much.
Okay. So if a customer is interested in purchasing a car from JE Auto, you might be the guy who's gonna deal with them and the car, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you some questions about August 26th, 2022, around 4:30 or so in the afternoon. Okay?
Mhm.
I want you to concentrate on that now. Did you have occasion to come into contact with the defendant, in this case Leon Klotz?
Yes.
All right, that's him sitting over there.
Yep.
All right. And what were the circumstances that led you to come into contact with the defendant?
He messaged on a vehicle to come look at a truck we had, and then he came and test drove it up and down the road, and we did paperwork, and he bought the vehicle.
All right, in a nutshell, that's what he did, right? So I'm gonna ask you some specific questions about it.
Yep.
When the defendant, you knew that he was coming from the message, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you do anything in preparation of the defendant arriving to look at this truck?
Just made sure the vehicle was outside so he can take a look at it.
Okay. Well, you know what, let me show you a few things. Get up there. All right, I'm gonna show you four state exhibits, 4A through D as in David,
Mhm.
okay?
Yep.
Take a look here. These are Google Maps,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
Now you and I met, we talked about this before, right?
Yes, sir.
Remember I showed you maps of where JE Auto is?
Mhm.
Okay, we're gonna go through that right now. So 4A, this is a Google map, right?
Yep.
And see here where there's a balloon that says JE Auto Works?
Yes.
Okay, is that where the dealership is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you're familiar with this area, the geography of it?
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yep.
All right, so we got I-90 here
Right.
where my cursor, where my arrow's moving, right?
Yep.
And then here's
91. Yep.
Som Center.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right, so now we're going 4B, a little bit closer.
Yep.
Som Center, JE Auto Works is here, right? And
Yes.
what road is this? This is Beidler Road right here?
Beidler, yep.
Okay,
Which is 361st.
okay. Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong one. 4C. Now we're even closer. Beidler Road, JE Auto Works.
And then Reading Avenue.
I'm sorry?
I said then Reading Avenue, which is
Yeah, Reading.
right on our road.
All right, reading is going horizontally on the page, right, where I'm moving my arrow.
Mhm.
Okay, and then there's, now this beige rectangle here where the balloon is, JE Auto Works, what is this?
What is that? That's just the other units next to us.
Okay, now, I'm gonna show you an aerial photo of that satellite image.
Yep.
Okay? So again, where I'm moving my arrow, Beidler Road, this is Reading Avenue, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this black rectangle here, that's what I want to center on here. This is where the building, where JE Auto Works is housed, correct?
Yep.
All right, so I'm just gonna zoom in a little bit here. So, you can see where it says JE Auto Works, and then it says Bullet Liner of Cleveland, what is that?
They are a undercoating company that's right on the other side of us.
All right, so this rectangle that I'm outlining, does that contain your business and other businesses?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, you see this gray line right sort of in the middle of the rectangle?
Yep.
All right, does that separate JE Auto Works business space from the others?
Yes, it does, and that's the back part is the newer part of the building, and then the front part's the older part, because that was an addition
Okay,
where we're at.
so if someone was driving into JE Auto Works, you
Mhm.
got Reading Avenue here, this
Yep.
driveway, you could get there, and then these driveways, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's all connected?
Yep.
All right. Did you see the defendant come to JE Auto Works on August 26th around 4:30, 2022?
I seen him get dropped off.
All right. Did you see from which direction that car came?
Not exactly which one, but I think he came in this driveway, the one on, yeah, that one right
This one
there,
here?
yeah.
All right, so you saw a car pull up.
Mhm.
Now, you said he got dropped off. The defendant was inside of the car?
He was in, yeah, got dropped out the passenger side, I believe.
He got out of the passenger, he wasn't driving.
Correct.
All right, so he was a passenger in the car.
Yep.
He got out, and where were you when he got out? Were you outside?
I
or
believe I
inside?
was outside because I knew somebody was coming.
Okay, so I'm zooming in a little bit more here. You guys, there's been some testimony, you have an office space there where you do paperwork and such.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
whereabouts is that?
As soon as you walk in our door, right on the right.
Would it be like right here?
If you're right in the front door, yeah, pretty much.
Okay, all right, and now, do you keep the cars that you have for sale, do you keep them inside that building or outside?
We keep them inside.
All right, so the cars that are for sale are in here, am I right?
Mhm.
All right, when you said that you brought the truck outside, had the truck been inside this structure and then you brought it outside?
Yes, sir.
All right, where did you park the truck when you brought it outside?
I don't remember exactly which parking spot. I mean,
Okay, but it was one of these spots?
yep.
Okay. So what happened when the defendant got out of the car?
Just
What did he do?
wanted to look at the truck, so I said, you have to at least test drive it up and down the street,
All
and
right, let me
then,
stop you for a minute.
yeah,
You saw the defendant get out of a car, on the
Uh-huh.
passenger side, right?
yeah,
Were you outside? I want you to think about it in your mind, picture it.
yeah.
Were you outside when this happened?
Yeah, I believe I was.
Okay, and did the defendant walk up to you?
Yeah, 'cause he asked, he said he was here interested to look at a vehicle.
Okay, did you tell him who you are?
Yeah. And then I shook his hand,
You shook his hand?
introduced myself.
Okay, and what, do you remember what words he said?
No, I do not.
Okay, now, you testified that you said, hey, you gotta drive the car. What do you
Yeah.
mean? What do you mean by that?
Before purchasing it, because he didn't even want to drive it at first. He just said he needs a truck.
All right, so you remember the defendant said, hey, I need a truck, and he did not even wanna drive it before
Nope.
purchasing it?
Uh-uh.
Okay, so when the defendant said that to you, what did you say to him?
I said, well, all of our vehicles, you have to at least test drive up and down the street, or just get a feel of it,
Okay,
'cause it's a used vehicle.
and what did the defendant say to you when you said that to him?
Okay, and then he drove it up and down Reading Avenue.
Did the defendant say anything to you about the status of his driver's license at that time?
Yes, because I knew I couldn't put a dealer plate on. He said it was suspended or something like that.
All right.
And I said, well, you at least have to drive it up and down the street,
Why? Why does he have to drive it?
so he can make sure the transmission's okay and that it's a halfway decent vehicle.
All right, is that something that you at JE Auto Works require of every?
Every single person, yep.
Every person, you have a policy at JE Auto has to
Yep,
get behind and drive the car
Mhm.
before you sell it to them, is that right?
that is correct.
All right, did you tell the defendant that?
Yes,
All right, is that when he told you that his license was suspended?
yes,
And, at that point, did you tell him where he could drive then?
yes, sir.
Where did you tell him he could drive?
He can drive up and down Reading and then turn back around.
You said something about a dealer plate, what do you mean?
Well, 'cause we were a car dealership, I can't put a dealer plate on a vehicle for a customer if they don't have a valid driver's license.
Okay, so, but you told him he has to test drive it.
Correct.
Okay. Did he do that?
Yes,
All right. Was there anybody else with the defendant at this point, or was he alone with him?
he was by himself.
What did he do? You gave him the keys?
The keys were already in the truck.
You're already in the truck?
Yep.
All right, and so what did you see him do?
Just drive it up and down the street to get it up to speed and make sure.
All right, let me stop.
It
We're gonna
shifted?
take it one thing at a time.
Uh-huh.
He got in the car, it
Yep.
was parked in one of these parking spots, right?
Correct.
Okay. He got in the driver's side?
Yep,
All right. Did he start it up, or was
Yeah.
the truck already running?
he started it.
He started it, okay, and then he drove, all right, so now we're in the parking lot, right?
Yep.
Where did he go? Your Honor, is there a way,
He-
may I have a pointer?
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Logan, we're gonna give you this pointer,
Okay.
okay?
Okay.
All right, so he was in a parking spot, the last
Right
question
there.
I asked you, and then I said,
He came
he
this
started
way.
it up, where did he go drive?
This way and then,
Okay, let me move the picture up for you, hold on.
this way and then he went this way.
Okay, now, when the defendant was driving the vehicle, like you just indicated,
Mhm.
and you indicated for purposes of the record, down the parking lot onto Reading Avenue,
Yep,
and then he would have taken a left. on
correct.
Reading Avenue.
Yes, sir.
And how many driveways did he go down?
I don't know, probably 6 or
I
7.
don't want you to guess, I want you to think about it in your mind and see if you can determine.
I went all the way down to here.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Where were you when the defendant was driving down the parking lot at up Reading Avenue?
Outside, like probably right here.
Okay, so you were outside?
Yeah, just making sure the vehicle comes back.
All right, so you were watching the defendant drive the car.
Yep.
Do you remember in what manner that he was driving the car?
I mean, he got onto it just
What does that mean, he got onto it, what does that mean?
like probably floored it a little bit to make sure everything was
Why do you
okay.
think he floored it? Did you hear something or see something that made you think that he floored it?
You can hear the truck. The truck was a louder truck.
So have you heard a vehicle, when the accelerator pedal is pressed down, the sound that it makes?
Yeah, it gets loud.
Okay. And
Yeah.
is that what you heard when the defendant drove down the street?
Yes.
Okay. All right, did you watch him as he proceeded down Reading Avenue?
Yes.
And did you indicated that at one of these driveways he stopped at.
Mhm.
Did you see how he got back into the parking lot? Did he turn around or did he?
Yeah, he just turned around on another driveway and came back.
All right, and in what manner did he drive when he came back? Anything?
It was just normal on the way back.
Okay. And how long did it take for all of that to happen?
Probably 6 or 7 minutes, not very long.
6 or 7 minutes?
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Well, 6 or 7 minutes is a really long time. All right. He got in the car, he drove down the parking lot.
Yeah.
Drove up, and when he came back, he didn't like stop and inspect the vehicle or anything like that. Did you see him?
I mean, I think he looked it over a little bit when he pulled back in the driveway.
Okay, but I'm talking about what?
Why, on the
After he
test
left
drive?
the parking lot. I'm sorry, Judge, did you say something?
Fine,
Oh, I'm sorry. He left the parking lot, he went up Reading.
Yeah.
And then he came back, and you watched him do that the whole time, right?
Yep, yeah.
Alright. Did he ever, at that point, when he was driving, did he stop the car, look at it, or attempt to do anything?
He just looked at it underneath and everything in our parking lot
Alright,
after you drove
he
it.
got back,
Yeah.
when he got back, do you remember where he parked the car?
I'm pretty sure right in the middle of the driveway,
Use the
right?
pointer, please.
I know, I'm going. Like, right here, in the middle.
He didn't park it in a spot?
No.
Alright, so he parked the car, he got out, right?
Mhm.
Did he say anything when he got out?
Just said he'll take it.
He said, I'll take it?
Yep.
Alright, now you mentioned that he took a look at it.
Yeah, he like looked underneath of it to look at the frame before he bought it.
Did the defendant say anything when he looked underneath to look at the frame?
No.
He took a look, and he said, I'll take it, and what did you do?
He went inside and then Josh did paperwork with him.
Where were you when Josh was doing the paperwork with
I
him?
was right next to Josh doing the temp tag.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Alright, you just said you were in there doing the temp tag.
While he was filling out all the other paperwork.
What's that?
While he was filling out all this other paperwork, I was just doing the temp tag.
Who was filling out?
Josh.
Were you there when Josh Eglin presented this paperwork to the defendant?
Yes.
And how did that go?
Just,
Like, how did Josh present
he
the
just
paperwork?
says what each thing is for and what you're signing for, and then you sign it, date it. On to the next one, just same thing.
Okay, and you saw Josh Eglin do that with the defendant here, Leon Klotz, with this paperwork?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2C.
Yep.
Okay,
Mhm.
recognize that?
Yep.
What is that?
That's our copy of the registrations.
Okay, that's for the temp tag, right?
Correct.
Is this the temp tag that Leon Klotz signed that day?
Yes, he did.
Alright, now, when you said you were doing the temp tag,
Yeah, 'cause we have to print them from the computer, and then I have to cut it and give him his copy of the registration.
okay, you
Mhm.
have to cut it and give, that's what.
Yeah, 'cause it's a piece of paper now. It's not cardboard no more.
It's not cardboard anymore, right?
Correct.
All right, it's this, right?
Yep.
EB as in boy.
Yes,
You
sir.
recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This is your temp tag and your registration.
Okay, so is this the temp tag and registration that Josh Eglin printed out for the sale of the truck to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Right, and you said you put it in it was cut, and what did you do with the top portion of it?
The top portion goes in the plastic sleeve in the back window, and then the customer gets the bottom part because that's their copy of the registration.
Okay, so this, who put this,
I did.
you affixed it to the car? Where?
Yeah, in the back window,
Okay.
because it's got a plastic sleeve with like 3 pieces of sticky tape, so it stays in the back.
Okay, is that plastic sleeve, is that something that JE Auto supplies?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you guys have, you stick it in
Mm-hmm.
as a courtesy?
Yep.
You can just hand them.
Nope.
Person who signed these documents came in and bought the car, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Where is he?
Right over there.
Okay, what's he wearing?
We would stipulate to the
Gray.
identity of the
Thank you.
Gray polo.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Now, after you put that temp tag in the car, money exchanged?
Oh yeah, definitely before we even put the temp tag in the window.
Before you put the temp tag?
Yeah, after you sign all the paperwork, we count the money and make sure it's correct. And then we put the temp tag in the back window and customer goes.
Is that what happened here? Temp tag in the window?
Yep, and then he just drove off, yep.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
J&E Auto Works sells cars for thousands less than the Carfax estimated value of the car, correct?
Usually, yes. Because we're just cash pricing, we don't finance or nothing like that. Just cash vehicles.
And so in doing so, in order to stay in business, you would have to purchase the vehicle yourself from someone for far less than the Carfax value of the car.
Well, correct. You have a wholesale price on the vehicle too.
What are some of the factors that go into pricing a used car?
We just test drive them, look them over, and make sure they're safe for the customer to drive.
Well, are things like the condition of the interior a factor in pricing a vehicle?
I mean, it really just depends what vehicle it is.
Well, let me ask you this. If there was a big rip in the passenger seat and the roof was falling down, would that lower the value of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. No. So the cosmetic condition of the vehicle is a factor in pricing.
I mean, sort of. I mean, really the more important thing would be the drivability of the vehicle. Your interior and everything else really isn't going to make or break the deal.
What about the mechanical condition of the vehicle? Is that a factor in pricing?
I mean, yeah, anything would be a factor. Just depends what you're paying for the vehicle.
Interior condition of this vehicle?
The interior wasn't really in bad shape at all.
It was or was not?
Was not. Not for a 2008 work truck.
Okay, thank you.
What about cosmetically, outside?
Cosmetically, I mean, it had its typical rust. I mean, we're in Northeast Ohio. Vehicles rust on the outside around here.
But nothing unusually
Nope.
rusty, any major dents?
I mean, nothing
issues
major.
with the paint?
I mean, not that I can remember about the paint.
Okay. So that leaves drivability as, like you said, the main factor
Yeah.
that would be dictating the price of a vehicle.
I mean, It would be I guess the main factor of the price. I mean, it's the most important thing.
Thank you. Now, on this test drive Mr. Klotz did,
Yeah.
he never went on the freeway, correct?
Mm-mm.
He just drove around these little side streets.
He drove up and down the side street. I mean, you could see that he got up to speed when he drove it down the street to make sure.
But that was the extent.
Yeah, I mean, I can't have a customer drive on the freeway with no license.
I understand. So, Mr. Klotz left your dealership with no idea how this vehicle would perform on the freeway.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I mean,
Hang on. Next question, please.
Mr. Klotz did not drive the vehicle at highway speeds prior to...
I would say that's not true, because he definitely got it up to probably at least almost 50 miles per hour on our side road over there.
Well, the speed limit on Route 90 is 70 miles an hour.
Correct, yeah.
Was he going 70 miles an hour?
No, he didn't go 70.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Let's take a brief break and then we'll resume.
Call Investigator Matt Reish.
Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, good morning to you.
Morning.
Please introduce yourself to the court by saying your name and spelling your name, please.
My name is Matt Reish, M-A-T-T. Last name's Reish, R-E-E-S-H.
Okay, sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
How long have you been a B&V investigator?
A year and a half.
Do you have any other training or experience in law enforcement or investigation?
I was a police officer for 3 years in the early 2000s. I was an investigator for the BMV also back in 2003, and then I was an investigator for an insurance company for 18 years.
And then you came back to the BMV?
Correct.
When did you come back?
2022, March of 2022.
When, what are your duties as a BMV investigator?
We investigate any potential criminal acts involving BMV-related items. We investigate any consumer complaints on new and used car dealers, and then we also investigate any administrative violations or potential criminal acts with involving dealers.
Okay. And if other investigatory law enforcement agencies reach out to the BMV for assistance in investigation, you might be the person to assist. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
As a BMV investigator, do you have access to the records of the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles?
Yes.
And are you a custodian of those records?
Yes.
What is the Ohio BMV?
The Ohio BMV is it's an entity. It's under the Ohio Department of Public Safety umbrella. Under that, there's the Ohio State Highway Patrol, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Homeland Security, and I believe Emergency Management, EMA. We are in charge of issuing, driver licenses, vehicle registrations, and we don't issue titles, but we also, are involved with vehicle titles.
Okay. And the BMV does this as a governmental entity, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned the issuing of registrations for cars as a BMV function, correct?
Yes.
Right. Is that function something that the BMV permits car dealerships to do as well?
Yes.
How does that process work, that a car dealership would be permitted by the BMV, the governmental entity, to do a governmental function?
The car dealers go through a process. They apply for a new or used dealer license through the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles. They go through the process. Once they're approved on that process, then they can have access to issue temporary vehicle registrations. Not all dealers do. Some do, some don't. I guess it's just up to the dealer.
Okay, but if a dealer wishes to be permitted to issue temporary tags for cars, they can go through that dealer licensing process, correct?
Correct, and then the BMV will allow them access to do that.
And if such a car dealership does go through that dealer licensing process and is therefore permitted to issue temp tags, are they assigned a permit number?
Yes, every dealer has their own permit number.
Now, did there come a point in time when you, in the capacity of a BMV investigator, were asked to review the permit of used car dealership J.E. Auto Works?
Yes.
All right, what did you do and what did you find?
I completed an inspection of their location in Willoughby, and I found that they were in compliance they had the proper records, they had the proper, display lot specifications, office specifications. They met all the requirements for a used, motor vehicle dealer.
When did you perform that?
I believe it was back in November of 2022. I'm thinking it was November 14th. No, November 14th or November 15th.
All right. So this was after you had, the Ohio State Highway Patrol had asked you to obtain some records that relate to the sale of this 2008 Dodge Ram that we're all here for, right?
Yes.
How does the BMV keep its records? In what form?
They're kept electronically, and then they're also, as far as dealers go, they keep the original signed copies. Deputy registrars also keep the original signed copies for a certain period of time, and then they're sent to Columbus.
When you say deputy registrar, you're talking about the places where people typically go to get their license renewed and to get new plates on a car, right?
That's correct.
We have one in Perry, we have one in Menor. That's what you're talking about?
Correct.
All right. But a used car permit is, does not involve the deputy registrar's office. Just the used dealer gives the permit, right?
Right.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibits 3A through 3D as in David. All right, I just gave them to you there. Take a quick look at them. You've seen these before, right?
Yes.
What are these?
It's a certified,
Let's start, I'm sorry, let me start with 3A. If you look to your left, do you see a monitor there?
yes.
Okay. What's in your hand, when I say 3A, it should be on the screen. If it's different, I want you to tell me, okay? So I have 3A on the screen right now, and I want you to look at that. What is 3A?
It's a record request certification.
Okay. And your name is on here?
Yes.
All right, what does this mean?
That means that these records were verified to be authentic records kept by the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Okay, and is that document embossed and it's a certified record of BMV?
That's correct.
All right, and you as a custodian of records supplied these, right?
That's correct.
All right, moving on to 3B. Now, you got 3B, this document that we're looking at, from the Ohio BMV itself?
3B, I obtained that from that's obtained in our dealer licensing system.
Okay, so is this a record of the Ohio BMV?
Yes.
And is this record kept by the Ohio BMV in its database?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to 3C. Okay. I'm going to move and ask you, what are we looking at here?
3C is a temporary registration application.
Okay. And is 3C part of the documents that you obtained from the records of the Ohio BMV database?
Yes.
All right. And going to the bottom of the screen, I see there's, in the signature line, there's no signature there, right?
That's correct.
All right. So a moment ago, you testified about dealers and registrars keeping originals and hard copies and the BMV having digital records, right?
Yes.
That testimony. Please explain what 3C is in relation to this document that would have been signed at the time that the tag was issued at the dealership.
The signed document, it's identical to this document that you're looking at now, but the signed document was kept at the dealer location. We have access to the digital copy, which is kept through our computer system.
Okay, now, what I'd like to do is, at the bottom of, I'm just gonna zoom in tight here. The bottom, left-hand corner of 3 is C, is what I've zoomed in here. There's a series of numbers and letters there. You see those?
Yes.
You know what that is?
That's the form number.
What does that mean? It's a form number by whom and for what?
It's a BMV form. The number 4349 is it's the number that's associated with temporary tag applications. Every BMV form has its own number assigned, whether it's a letter, whether it's an application, or so forth.
Okay, so if the BMV was going to identify a temp tag application form, they would use this moniker, BMV 4349,
Yes.
is that right? Okay. What is the purpose of a temp tag application form?
Basically, it's to obtain all the customer information. The dealer inputs the information at the top, as far as the, you know, the ownership information, address. It shows who issued the temporary vehicle registration, and then the applicant signs it.
At what point does the temp tag get transferred to the purchaser? Before or after they sign this document?
It gets transferred to them after they sign the document.
What if the person applying for a temp tag will not sign this document? Are they gonna get a temp tag?
No.
Moving on to 3D as in David. Okay, this is a two-page document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Please explain to the court what 3D as in David is.
3D is it's the temporary tag registration information that's contained in our dealer licensing system. So any dealer that has access to issue temporary vehicle registrations, we can go in and see every temp tag or temporary vehicle registration that they issued and obtain the actual copy of the tag,
Okay.
which was what was one of the prior exhibits.
Okay, that was, I think it was 3B as in boy, right? You're talking about getting an actual.
3B, yeah, 3B would go along with 3D.
And that tag that you have in your hand, 3B as in boy, the tag itself, how does that correspond to the number in the upper left-hand corner of 3D as in David?
It's the same, it matches.
That's how we know we're talking about the same tag, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then this provides, on the second page, it says status reported 8/26/2022 and a permit number. What does this data mean?
That means the tag was issued by the dealer, and when the status says it's reported, it was reported to the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles, so it was issued. If like for say, a dealer issues one and by error, then they could cancel it, and it would show canceled.
So, according to the second page of 3D as in David, when did JE Auto Works report that the temp tag was issued in this case?
On August 26, 2022.
All right, and this permit number, UD 023144, is that the permit number for JE Auto Works?
Yes, it is.
All right. While I'm putting these back in order, I want you to look at State Exhibit 5, please.
5 what?
5, and then I said please here.
Oh, please. All right.
See that?
Yeah.
Seen that before, right?
Yes.
Okay, I showed it to you the other day in preparation of trial, didn't I?
Yes.
What is this? What State's Exhibit 5?
It's another record request certification, along with the certified driving record and the associated letters and mailing evidence that was associated with the driving record.
Okay, so here, is this also a BMV record?
Yes.
Okay. It's so certified, right?
Yes.
Now, going to page 3, I have it up on the screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Or you can look at it. These are the records of Leon Lester Klotz Jr., the defendant in this case, isn't that right?
Yes.
Has date of birth, social security number of the defendant, correct?
Yes.
An address that's on file with the BMV in the upper left-hand corner, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this page, does it also indicate driver's license information, permanent card information, so forth?
Yes.
Okay. And driver's license information on this document, what is displayed here?
The status shows not valid and suspended.
Okay. Now, Now, is there a part of this record that's in your hand, State's Exhibit 5, that documents the suspensions on this defendant's license?
Yes, towards the second half of the page.
Okay, as we move down, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to, in the left-hand column here, there are numbers, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4. See those?
Yes.
All right, what is that, 0, 1, 0, 2? What does that signify?
Those are the types of suspensions that are on the record.
Okay, because here we have a heading in the middle of the screen that I'm highlighting that says suspensions, right?
Yes.
So underneath there, these are suspensions documented with the BMV for the defendant, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to number 03, okay?
Yes.
And highlight it there on the screen. What does this mean? What does this record mean?
It's a non-compliance suspension record. Shows the status as suspended, and the initial date was June 17th of 2022.
All right, now, that's when the suspension began, according to the BMV record, right? June 17, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. The status is suspended, means an active suspension, correct?
Yes.
This suspension came out of Ashtabula West Court, correct?
Yes.
All right. FRA from 6/7/22 to 6/17/2025, what does that mean?
That means he's under financial responsibility suspension, not having insurance.
For what? What was the last thing you said?
Not having insurance.
Oh,
Not having insurance, right? Okay. Now, what does this mean? Filing posted or fee required?
There's a reinstatement fee that would be required in order to become compliant.
Okay. And the fact that this says required means it was not paid, correct?
Correct.
Non-compliance suspension means that at some point he was supposed to show that he had insurance and he didn't do that, right?
Right.
Now, you testified that, we have records of the defendant here, and then there are some letters as we move on through the document. What do these letters say? Without me showing you every single one of them and going through every word, what's the point of the letter?
Basically, the initial letter sent out showing there's a proposed non-compliance suspension. It gives you some options, what you need to do to become compliant. You have to notify the BMV by a certain time, within a certain time period, or your license will become suspended.
I have a question though. How does this process even, how is it determined that he didn't have insurance at some point?
Normally, it's related to a prior citation, a traffic stop from a law enforcement agency.
So just in general, someone will get pulled over, they ask for license and insurance,
License,
and the
right.
person says they don't have insurance.
Correct. And that's
what-
noted on.
That's what gets the ball rolling. I'm not saying in this case, but
Correct.
Do you know about this case or not? That's.
I don't know the details. I'm just, to answer your question, if you get into an accident or you get a speeding ticket and you don't show proof of
So you have
insurance.
some involvement with, law enforcement as a result of driving a vehicle where you were asked for insurance and you didn't have it.
That's correct.
And that's what gets the ball rolling with this non-compliance stuff.
Yes.
So then what, in that situation, you're told you have a certain amount of time to show you have insurance, and then if you don't, you get a suspension?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I understand that you're not testifying as to what happened in this case. I was asking you a general question.
Thank you.
You should ask more questions, and I take them all.
Yeah. Took all of them, Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Matthews.
Could I see 3B for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Morning.
Morning.
If you want it on the screen, we'll put it on for you, Jim.
Yeah.
Which one? What do you want?
3B. you've already seen.
Did you say B as in boy, Jim?
B as in boy,
Okay.
3B. Could you read that sentence there, I'm sorry, above the bar?
Making a false statement on this document may constitute the crime of falsification, a misdemeanor of the first degree, Revised Code 2921-13.
And this is what is provided to the purchaser of the vehicle when they receive this temporary tax.
Yes.
What do you need? The records of the suspension. What we're looking at here is, I believe, the printout that, well, that's not printout, the record of the suspension record of Mr. Fox, correct? Could we just go through what each of those suspensions are for?
You mean right here, sir?
Yeah.
Where it says suspension?
Yeah.
So that would be page 3 of the document?
Can we start with?
What number is this again? I'm sorry, I know, this is 5?
It's 5,
State's
yeah.
Exhibit 5, okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Matthews, I'm sorry.
They begin at 1. Could you just tell us what number 1, the basis of the suspension?
The non-compliance suspension from November 18th, 2022, related to, looks like a Colonial nationwide insurance policy that was not valid.
And
The accident, he was involved in some, I don't know if it was this accident in this case, but it says the reason was for an accident.
the date of the offense is 8/26/22. That is the date of the accident. And what about suspension number 2?
Some sort of security suspension from November 18th of 2022.
And that was accident date 8/26/22.
So it's so it's associated with that.
How about number 3?
That's the non-compliance suspension from the June 17th, 2022.
And that's a suspension for not having insurance.
That's correct.
How about number 4?
Another non-compliance suspension from, looks like back from 1996, related to not having insurance. The offense date was June 21st, 1996.
Okay. Thank you. So, are these the sole bases of Mr. Klotz's license being suspended?
Yes, the number 3.
Okay.
You mean currently or prior?
The first two happened after, right? The first two
Yes.
didn't occur until after the incident.
Correct. That's why I asked, do you mean prior to or current, as of today?
Well, your question, Jim,
It was just overall. These
Yes,
reasons
those are
that we
that's a summary of
are the only reasons
the only reasons why it's suspended
why it
today.
is suspended.
Today, not
Correct.
at the time of the incident.
Correct. My question is going to the nature of these suspensions, really. And then the last record, number 4, was added in 1996. Correct?
Yes, that's a summary of all the suspensions he's ever had
Okay.
in Ohio.
So, Mr. Klotz's license has never been suspended for an OVI.
Not according to Ohio BMV records.
He's never had a 12-point suspension.
No.
So, according to the Ohio BMV records, aside from what occurred on August 26th of 22, the only reason his license has been suspended is because he didn't have insurance.
Yes.
Let me ask a question. Under cycle 3, it says reason, conviction. What's that mean?
He was convicted of something in Ashtabula Western District Court, whether it be,
But that's not the reason for the suspension?
no.
Okay. It says reason, that's why I just... Go ahead, Mr. Maskins.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Reish, the answers to your questions here today are based on Ohio BMV records, correct?
Yes.
And there is an associated address towards the end of this document where the defendant has a Kentucky address. You aware of that? Highlighted it.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Are you aware of any of the defendant's driving record or history in the state of Kentucky?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, so when
What was
you...
your answer?
I have no knowledge of that.
So your answers in terms of this, when Mr. Matthews asked you, this is the only suspension that he has, and he said, yes, that's based on your review of the certified Ohio DMV record, correct?
Yes,
You don't know what he has out of state, do you?
I don't.
Thank you, Your Honor, that's all.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Yeah, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Ann Salini.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. You don't have to get your jacket off or not, it's up to you, if you're cold or warm. You just take it off, you put it right over on the... If you're cold and want it, just let us know.
You can move it wherever you...
Okay.
Oh, that's good. Mr. Farrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Okay.
Please introduce yourself to the court by saying your name and spelling your name.
I'm Ann Selene, A-N-N-E, S as in Sam, E-L-L-E, N as in Nancy, Y.
Mrs. Sweeney, forgive me, how old are you?
58.
Okay. And are you employed right now?
No, I'm a stay-at-home mom.
How long you been a stay-at-home mom?
24 years.
Were you in the workforce prior to that?
Yes, for 10 years.
For 10 years. What kind of work did you do?
Technical service for a chemical company in Erie.
What was your job there?
I interfaced with customers if they had an issue with our product. I worked with them to come up with a solution.
Customer service is sort of the job, working with people.
Yes,
And then, about 24 years ago, you made the decision to stay home and take care of your family, is that right?
yes,
Okay, and my understanding is you also have grandchildren.
yes.
Right. Now, I'm gonna ask you some questions about August 26, 2022. Before I get there, I wanna ask you about your familiarity with I-90 in Lake County, Ohio.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna start by asking you, have you lived in Lake County for any sort of an extended period of time in your life?
Yes, for 20-plus years.
And have you traveled the roads of Lake County and the highways over the course of those 20 years?
Usually weekly. very often,
How often would you say that you travel?
usually once a week.
May I ask you the reason for that?
I go back to Pennsylvania to see my family,
And that's a weekly visit?
typically on a Friday or Saturday.
Okay. What sort of a car were you driving back August 2022?
2016 CRV.
Now, what day of the week was that?
I don't remember the actual day. It was during the week, though. It was not a weekend.
Let me stop you for a minute. If you don't remember, that's okay. I don't want you to guess. But, do you remember on August 26, 2022, if you were on I-90 eastbound between 44 and Vernon?
Yes, because I was going to see family.
You were gonna go for a visit.
Hmm.
Now I'm asking, and about what time was that, would you say?
About 4:45, rush hour.
Were you driving your CRV at that time?
Yes,
Anybody else in the car with you?
I had my grandson with me.
How old was he?
That-
Little guy?
One,
Child?
1.5.
Okay, toddler.
Mhm. Toddler.
I take it he was in the back seat buckled up.
Yes, in his car seat.
Now, I'm gonna ask you some specific questions about something that you witnessed in a minute. But you saw something, made you call 911, right?
Yes.
There are a number of audio and video, exhibits that the state has here. And I have each of them separately saved onto a DVD or a CD. Spoken with Mr. Matthews, you have no objection to me playing the audio and video from my computer, if it just plays better than on the CD, doesn't skip around.
I see what you're saying, but it's actually on that, it's the
But
exhibit.
it's on this action.
That's the exhibit that we're gonna,
This
okay.
is the exhibit, but I'm gonna play from my.
You're fine with that, Mr. Matthews?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
At this time, I'm gonna play State's Exhibit 6 audio, which is a 911 call of Angelina.
What number was it?
911, state the location of your emergency.
I-90, westbound, near exit 205. It was a crossover. Pickup was headed down I-90 eastbound. I don't know what happened. Lost control, went across the median and struck a car. He's the driver in the pickup. I'm sorry, what?
It's eastbound?
The accident was on westbound. He crossed over from the eastbound lane. He's talking to the driver in the car. I'm not sure. I'm in the westbound. I stopped. The people are stopping to help. I'm not sure about the driver in the car, though. Somebody's getting a fire extinguisher for the car.
So is it on fire?
Like I said, I'm in the westbound. It is smoking. I don't know if anybody else has called it in yet. It
Yeah,
just
I'm
happened.
getting multiple calls on it.
Okay. I'm in my car in the westbound, sitting on the median. Oh, dear God. Traffic is proceeding in both directions, though. The damaged vehicle that got struck is off. I have not seen anybody come out of the car.
Okay.
The pickup truck looks like it's also off. But that driver, I believe, got out to see about the person in the car.
And someone has an extinguisher on the sedan?
Yeah, somebody came out. It doesn't look like it's smoking anymore. So there must have, whatever he squirted it on must have gone out. There are numerous people now standing around the vehicle. Again, I have yet to see that person come out.
What's your name?
My name is Ann.
Last name?
Seleny, S as in Sam, Elleny.
Okay. All right, we're on our way, okay?
Okay, do I need to stay until somebody arrives? Like I said, I'm in the eastbound lane.
No,
Off to the me.
if you don't want to stay, you don't have to. We have your name and phone number. We can call you with, if they need a statement.
Okay, it was definitely the pickup's fault. He was driving crazy, going down 90, trying to get around cars, and whatever happened, he shot across the median. So, yes, I
Okay, yeah. If they need something from you, they'll give you a call, okay?
Driving on I-90 eastbound.
Mhm. Yes.
At what point do you begin to see something that grabs your attention about this truck?
That only when it shot over to the right lane,
All right,
and then,
let me stop you there for a minute. When you saw the truck and it first grabbed your attention, what lane were you in?
I was in the right-hand lane.
This is a two-lane highway system, correct?
Yes,
So there's the right and the left.
yes,
You are in the right lane, correct?
yes.
Do you know how fast you were going?
I set my cruise control, I know it was below 70.
Well, last time, when I asked you about your speed, you said that you were going
74. Yes, I was, I said it, because the speed limit is 70. I did set it right below 75. Yes,
Is that something that you do as a matter of habit?
yes,
So is that how you know you're going 74?
yes,
You have your cruise control set at 74, you remember that, right?
yes.
And then you said that the first thing that you saw that drew your attention is that this truck, you said, moved over. What lane was that truck in prior to it moving over?
The left-hand lane.
Okay. And was the truck ahead of you or behind you in the left hand?
It was ahead of me.
How many car lengths ahead of you was the truck in the left hand lane?
I don't remember what I put in there, but I know he was at least 2, because there were 2 cars in front of me.
When I ask you these questions, I want you to remember it in your mind. I want you to testify about the best of your memory and what you remember happening. So when you are in the right-hand lane, you remember, what was your answer? About how far ahead of you was this truck?
At least 2 car lengths.
Okay. Do you remember, were there any cars that you noticed behind the truck?
Yes, there were cars behind the truck.
How many?
That I don't remember.
Okay. But you remember there were cars behind the truck.
Mhm.
That truck was about 2 car lengths ahead of you in the left-hand lane.
Mhm.
And then now, you said that you saw the truck move to the right lane. Please describe the manner that you saw that truck move over to the right lane. How did, what
It was abruptly.
if you were to, thinking about it in your mind, if you were to quantify it in seconds, is that possible? Or is it just an immediate?
It was abrupt.
Okay.
It was,
So it was, now, Your Honor, if I may, for the record, when Mrs. Sweeney is saying abrupt, she is swiftly moving, her hand from the left to the right, like in an immediate fashion. So you
Like in a
saw-
what?
In like immediate fashion.
Oh, meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you saw the truck move to the right. All right. So now, and we're kind of watching it in slow motion. This is what I'm trying to do here. Now, is the truck in the right lane?
yes.
What did you see the truck do when it got in the right lane?
Go right back to the left.
Okay. As it was in the right lane, before it went back to the left lane, did you notice if there were any cars in the left lane that the truck passed?
All I kept saying was, "Oh my God," because it was so quick. So it was like he saw a break and went back.
Okay.
It was like you saw what?
A break in traffic.
Gotcha.
It moves to the right, and your impression actually moved to the left? For what purpose?
I assumed he was in a hurry, and he was trying to get around the traffic.
Okay, was there a car could you see if there was a car ahead of the truck in the right lane prior to him abruptly moving back to the left?
All I remember was tractor trailers, cars, trucks, and we were all going the same speed.
Okay. What about the truck in terms of its speed? When that truck first moved from the left lane into the right, that first movement, did you notice whether or not that there was any acceleration of the truck forward?
That I don't, only that it was so quick.
Okay. When he moves, so he goes from the left, he goes to the right, and then you said he went back to the left and you thought there was a break in the traffic. Are you still watching the truck? Now, you said you had a feeling like, oh my God.
Yep. Because it was just so abrupt. It was left, right, and then it went sideways.
Okay.
And that's when it shot over.
All right. So we got left to right. We saw that. We got right to left. And then what do you see the truck do at that point? Does he try to go back into the right?
Go back right, just as abruptly as the first
Okay.
two movements.
So we have left to right, right to left, and then left to right again. Is that right?
Mhm.
You saw that?
Yes.
All right. When that truck went back to the right that final time, you indicated during your testimony you said move your hand sideways.
What is that noise? Oh,
So
that's all right. Come on.
I tried to hang it up.
Something else is buzzing somewhere.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
What's that other buzzing that's going on right now?
Your Honor, it's Mrs. Fellini's fault.
Oh, okay.
He's autistic, and he's
But
very
don't-
nervous,
don't
and
worry,
I'm
that's-
trying to shut
I'm
the
hearing it,
phone
and I
off.
don't, I'm looking all around. Don't worry about it, ma'am. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just heard it, and I'm thinking it's over here somewhere.
No.
You're fine.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
I really thought I shut it off.
You're fine.
That's where it went,
All right, what is that now? You're going like
diagonal, or perpendicular to the road. So we're still traveling east. His truck is now facing south.
the front of his truck is facing south?
The median
Okay.
on eastbound side,
Now, as you're seeing this happen, you're still operating your vehicle, right?
slowing down.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask you. How did you, adjust your driving as this was happening?
I slowed down and, oh my God, I just knew something was going to happen.
So you saw the car turn that way, and then what did you see the car do in terms of movement?
It shot back north, going through the median, across the westbound lane, and that's when it hit the car.
Did you see this truck make impact with another car at the speed that happened?
Oh my God. And stop. Pulled off the median and stopped, and that's when I called 911.
You called him right away.
Yes.
Your testimony is that the car went north through the median, not like east, northeast, but it was actually sort of straight
It
across.
was perpendicular.
Perpendicular to the median.
Yes.
And that's how it went across.
That's the pickup truck, yes.
Right, that's, I know,
Yes.
okay.
That's what you remember seeing.
Yes.
You stopped.
Mhm. Yes.
Now, in the 911 call, you said that you saw somebody get out.
Mhm.
What did you describe what you saw there when you said you saw somebody get out?
I saw a man get out of the pickup truck, and he walked around the front of the pickup truck, and he went over to the car where people had already gotten out. And after that, there were so many other people.
Okay, that's all right. You were on the part on the right side of the roadway, sort of in the right shoulder.
Shoulder of
Of 90
eastbound 90.
And this was across the two lanes, across that median, and then across the other two lanes where these cars were, correct?
Into the grassy median on the other
So
side.
it's quite a distance.
Mm-hmm.
You would be able to identify anybody from that distance.
No.
So you saw the driver get out, go to the other car that he struck,
Yes.
and you reported what happened.
Yes.
Going back to when you first saw the truck, like you did in your words, abruptly go from left to right, and back to left, back to right. Are you able to see in your mind, do you remember other cars that the defendant was passing?
I don't remember colors or,
Did you see cars?
yes, there were cars.
So there were cars?
Yes.
That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking you to describe them or anything like that. But as you remember the defendant making those abrupt moves from the left lane to the right, back to the left and to the right, do you remember that there were cars in the vicinity of when the defendant was doing this?
Yes.
And when he was moving and he was switching lanes, was he passing those cars as he switched lanes?
Yes.
You never had any contact with the driver of that truck at that time or after, right?
No.
He left the scene, please come talk to you later.
The police did not talk to me. They called me on the phone.
Right, they called you?
Yes.
And you told them what happened over the phone?
Yes.
Right? Okay, you did not provide a statement to them. We met, and then you provided a
Right.
statement to me.
Right. Correct.
I have a question before you go any further then.
Yes, Your Honor.
From the time you first saw the car move to the right, and I know we went back and forth a couple times, so from the time it first moved to the right to the time it went across the median, approximately how much time did that take?
Not much time at all. I'm not good at guessing. I mean, it was right, left, right, and then over. I mean, it was not,
Fair enough.
it was split second.
And how far ahead was the truck from you?
Probably about 2 car lengths.
The whole time, pretty much?
Mhm. And then when I slowed down,
Sure. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you very much, and I have no further.
Works
So
again.
thank you, Judge.
And I don't mean that. Mr. Matthews, any
Yes, thanks.
cross-examination, please?
Good
You need
morning.
some up there?
No, I'm sorry, I just wanted to see if it was still morning. Good morning. So you were driving at 74 miles an hour,
yes,
and the red truck was in the left lane,
yes.
okay? And you observed it in the left lane.
Not until it darted over to the right lane.
Did you see the car? Did you notice it coming up in the left lane?
The pickup truck was ahead of me. And I didn't notice it until it shot over to pass.
Okay, so it was ahead of you about 2 car lengths
Yes,
in the left lane.
yes,
All right. So you didn't observe it like fly past you in the left lane.
no,
Okay. When it went to the right the first time, do you recall if it crossed the white line on the right side of the road?
Are you asking, did it go into
Did it
the
go?
berm?
Yes.
No, it was just quickly into the passing, or into the right lane, and then quickly back to the left lane, and then quickly back to the right lane, and that's when it lost control.
Okay.
And that's the point that it crossed the white line.
When it went across the median.
No, so it was, I'm here,
Right.
it's here. It did this, I don't recall it crossing the white line.
Okay.
Went back this way, and that's when it did this. And so part of it, I thought it was going to accelerate into the bank on the right lane. But instead of going that way, it shot backwards.
It was backwards when
It
it
was
went across the
backwards.
median?
It was the back end of the pickup truck that
Okay.
struck the driver's door.
I got you.
Was it backwards when it entered the median?
Yes, it was once, twice, 3 times.
Your fingers are the front of the truck,
This is the front of the truck.
so it's pointing to the woods on the right, on the south
On
side
the
of the
right-hand
freeway.
side of the eastbound lane, and then it went across backwards.
You're saying back and forth. When it changed lanes to the right lane, did it proceed down the right lane straight for a period of time?
No, I would say no, because it was abrupt. I mean, it was 1, 2, 3.
So it immediately shot to the right, immediately shot to the left, immediately shot back to the right, and then went off the road into the median.
And then went perpendicular and went backwards across the road. My thought was how it didn't hit other vehicles.
Just so we're clear, this is not changing lanes, proceeding for a period of time, going around a vehicle in the left lane, proceeding in the left lane, going around a vehicle in the right lane. This is boom, boom, boom.
For as quickly as it happened, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further, thank you.
Redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Slaney, Mr. Matthews asked you about this boom, 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 in his words, right?
Yes.
With each boom, meaning each change of lane, was he passing across?
Yes.
No further questions, Your
Hang on.
Honor.
Cross-examination?
Just in relation to that, what was traffic like at this point in time?
I termed it rush hour, so there was a steady flow of traffic.
When you say steady flow, do you mean a continuous line of cars in both lanes, approximately a car length or two away from one another?
No, there was probably spaces in between, but no one was speeding past each other.
come a time when it appeared to you that the driver of the red truck was not in control of the vehicle?
Yes,
And at what point was that?
when it went perpendicular.
How about prior to that?
I assumed he was in a hurry to get somewhere.
But is it, when you're talking about the speed with which these changes were made, are you convinced he was in control of the vehicle at that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. All right, Ms. Lane, you may step down. Thank you very much. All right, we'll break for lunch at this time. It's noon, so let's get back here at 1, and then we'll resume.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else to discuss before the break?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Are you getting the witnesses on that you need to get on? I know there's an issue with some,
That would be, James Drozdowski.
I guess make sure we get that person on.
Yeah, my strong sense is we're gonna be doing him tomorrow. I'll make sure that happens.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
We are coming back in the morning.
Sorry?
I mean, we are presenting testimony to the court tomorrow.
Yeah, we have the whole
Okay.
morning set up.
Thank
You still have the
you
whole
for
morning set
reminding me.
up?
Yep, I got that all taken care
All
of.
right. Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Thanks.
All right.
afternoon, Judge.
All right, Mr. DePiero, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Laura Jones.
Afternoon. Please raise your right hand and put that down. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. DePiero.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. And please introduce yourself to the court by saying your name and spelling your name.
My name is Laura Jones, Laura Jones.
Okay. Now, I'm going to call you Mrs. Jones, okay? And how old are you, Mrs. Jones?
I'm 45 years old.
How long have you had a driver's license?
Since the age of 16.
Okay, so it's about 30 years.
Yeah.
Right? And have you been driving on roadways since you were 16 years old?
Yes.
Regularly?
Yes.
A lot?
Quite a bit.
Okay. And now, are you familiar with the roadways of Interstate 90, eastbound and westbound here in Lake County?
Very much so.
Okay. Now, you live in Ashtabula County, isn't that right?
Correct.
Please let the court know what you do for a living.
So I've been a stay-at-home mom, and I'm recently the director of development for a private school.
Private school, okay.
Yes.
All right, now, you have children,
I do.
correct? Okay, now I'm gonna ask you some questions about August 26, 2022. Is all you're witnessing a crash, okay? What sort of a vehicle did you have on August 26, 2022?
A Subaru Ascent.
What kind of car is that?
It's an SUV. It's larger than a Subaru Outback, which is kind of like a station wagon sort of model, so it's larger than that. I'd say larger than a Ford Explorer, maybe.
Okay, all right. And was that the car that you were driving on August 26th, somewhere around 5 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes.
And when you were driving your vehicle on that day at that time, were you alone in the car?
I was not.
Who was with you?
My son was with me. He's 13 years old.
His 13-year-old son?
He was.
He was sitting in the back seat, I take it?
Yes.
Now, you were on I-90 eastbound at about 5 o'clock. Am I right about that?
Correct.
Where were you coming from?
I was coming from my son's school. His school is located in Sagamore Hills, and it was 5 o'clock, so I believe we had stopped at Target, and we were headed home.
Do you remember what day of the week this was?
I believe it was a Friday.
Now, your son's school in Sagamore Hills, do you drive him to school every day?
I do. I drive him to school and from school.
And does the route that you take to drive your son to school include I-90 between Route 44 and Brooman Road?
Yes, it does.
And so, how many times would you say you've driven that particular stretch of 90, both eastbound and westbound?
Well, you have to do the math, but I've been driving him every day to school since the fall of 2017.
Okay, all right. So we have, as of 2022, 5 years of work.
Correct.
Every day back and forth?
And I was typically back and forth again, so 4 trips per day.
Oh, so twice in a day. I see what you're
Correct.
saying. Okay, all right. Now, this was, to the best of your memory, this was a Friday, correct?
I believe so. It's Friday, because there was a football game that evening.
Okay, all right.
Unless it was a Thursday, because it was late summer.
Well, part of the reason why I'm asking you that question is because when I asked you about your memory of those days, you indicated that you thought it was a Friday, it had to do with the manner of driving that you were doing that,
Correct.
right? Okay. And when you were on I-90 eastbound, east of 44, prior to Brooman Road, how fast were you going? How fast were you driving your car?
So, it was a relaxed drive home, and my estimate is that I was driving the speed limit, but below it, probably around 65.
And what is the speed limit on that portion of I-90, just about a mile, west of Rumen Road?
I believe it's now 70.
Okay. Now, when you say it's now 70, when was it not 70 in your memory?
My entire life.
Okay, because you've been driving for
Correct.
close to 30 years, and when you started driving, it wasn't 70, was it?
I still think of it as 60 because it's always been, so at the happy medium, I think, is about 65.
Okay, so that's how you know you're going about 65 miles.
Correct.
And were you in any kind of hurry to get home? It's a Friday afternoon?
Not at all.
All right. As you were driving your car 65 mile an hour, something caught your attention, your vision.
Correct.
Objection. Could we approach, or do you know what I'm?
Yeah, rephrase your question, please. Let her testify.
Yes, Your Honor. As you were on I-90 eastbound.
I was driving home, and I'm a very alert driver because I drive so much. So I noticed in my mirror, I guess that's the rear view mirror, above that, I could see a car coming up.
Okay. You saw that in your rear view mirror inside?
Inside the vehicle.
What specifically do you remember seeing in your rear view mirror that caught your attention?
I could see a car starting to approach very quickly, and I also glanced in my side mirror.
What lane of travel were you driving in when you saw the car in the rear view mirror and then your side?
I had moved over into the right lane because that is the slower lane, and if you're not driving very fast, you move over.
At what point did you move over to the right lane? Before you saw that car or after?
I believe it was before I saw that car.
So, your testimony is that you were in the right lane when you saw that car?
Correct.
Okay, and then when you said you looked in the rear view mirror and then you testified that you saw it in another mirror, which mirror was that?
That would be the mirror that is on the door, the side mirror,
Okay.
Which door?
the driver's side door.
All right, driver's side door, are you talking about that, when you look into the mirror that you're talking about on the driver's side door, what is the field of vision that you can see?
You can see what's behind you.
Okay. So you saw it in the rear view inside, and then you switched to that driver's side, and you looked in the mirror. What did you see when you looked in your side view mirror?
Red truck
Where?
coming up very quickly alongside me, well, about to be alongside me. It's moving very quickly.
I didn't hear that.
It was moving quickly.
Quickly, okay. What lane was that car in? Was it driving in a lane?
Yes, it was driving in the left-hand lane, which I would think of as the passing lane.
Okay. You said it was moving quickly, and you saw it in your rear view mirror. Did you keep your eyes on it, or what did you do?
I looked and I was focused on driving. It was coming up quickly, and that is what I thought of. I thought, that car is moving fast. So I was glad I was in the lane I was in.
When you're looking in your side view mirror and you saw that car coming up fast, did there come a point when the truck reached the level where your car was?
Yes.
And when it reached about to where you were, did you see what that red truck did?
It kept driving by me. It
Okay.
was moving quickly. It kept going,
It kept
and
going straight in the left lane?
correct.
Okay. Did you observe that red truck to pass you in the left lane?
Yes.
And as that red truck passed you, what did you see the truck do?
It passed me very quickly. There were cars a few car lengths ahead, and my thought was, that truck is going so fast, it's going to hit that car.
The cars that you testified about being a few car lengths ahead of you, in what lanes were those cars?
There were cars in both lanes. However, in front of me, there was nothing that close. But in the left-hand lane, I would say that the car was maybe three and a half to maybe 4 car lengths ahead. So,
Ahead of what?
ahead of the red truck,
Okay.
or ahead of me. I mean, I could see it.
You could see what?
I could see the car that was in front of the truck, I mean, very clearly, and we were moving at a typical rate of traffic.
When you say we were moving at a typical rate of traffic, who are you referring to as we?
I'm referring to myself, and I'm referring to the cars in front of me. I am not referring to the red truck.
Okay. As that red truck passed you and you saw it proceeding quickly, that's when you had the thought, what did you say?
My thought at that time was, that truck is going really fast, it's gonna hit that car.
Okay. Did you take any action as a driver of the vehicle when you saw that truck approaching the car in the left-hand lane?
Well, I thought as I saw it come up on that car, I had a reaction that something was going to happen. That I thought it was coming so fast, and I didn't see how it would be able to avoid hitting that car in front of it.
What part of the truck did you foresee hitting what part of the car in front of it?
So the front of the truck hitting the back of the car in front of it.
Okay, that's what you were
That was
anticipating?
what I was anticipating.
Okay. Based on what?
The rate of speed that the red truck was going.
Okay. Did you take any action as a driver as you saw that and had that thought?
I did. I pulled over.
You were in the right-hand lane. When you say you pulled over, where did you pull over?
Onto, I guess you'd call it the median, or, kind of off to the side of the road. So I pulled over onto the right side of the road because I thought there was going to be an accident.
Okay, so you pulled to the right side of the road, like sort of on the shoulder area?
Correct, to the right.
Did you keep driving at 65 miles an hour?
No.
Slowed her down?
Yes.
Did you bring your vehicle to a stop?
I didn't quite at that exact moment. I drove over to pulled over to the side and, kind of eased forward a little bit and then stopped.
As you are moving your vehicle to the right shoulder, seeing what you saw, what you described, are you still watching the truck?
I was.
What did you see happen?
I saw the taillights come on for the truck, and then I saw the truck the back of the truck kind of start to move from side to side, and then I saw the truck come around into my lane, the lane that I had been in, spin around. And I was screaming at that point, because I thought that the truck was going to hit me. And, it did a full circle twice.
Did you keep your eyes on the truck at that point as it was happening?
I did.
And what did you see the truck proceed to do?
Then the truck continued, to me, it seemed like it seemed like it took a long time, but it was happening quick, and the truck went over into, off of the road on the left side into the grassy median, and it continued across it. It was almost like it looked like it was kind of bumping across it. It was fast, and it went into the other lane. It went into the westbound lane and hit the car.
You saw there was other vehicles traveling?
Absolutely.
And so you saw the impact?
I saw the impact.
What did you see upon impact?
I saw the truck hit the car very hard. And I saw the car go off to the side, and then I saw the truck kind of pull over. I can't recall if it hit another car. I don't believe it did. And I saw it pull over off to the side of the road. And the small car that it hit, I saw it, it was off the side of the road and stopped. It wasn't moving. I saw the driver of the red truck get out of the red truck and run around to the car and react.
What do you mean react?
I saw him run around to the side of the car and look in the car, and I saw hands up.
Who had hands up?
The driver of the red truck,
And he had his hands up the way that you're showing your hands up?
correct.
Okay, like palms out?
Just look in, I would think in surprise.
That's how you interpreted that?
I wouldn't say it was surprise. I saw it hit so hard. All I could think of was, there's no way that person is okay.
There's no way what?
There's no way the person in the car is okay.
Did you remain in your vehicle?
I did.
Did you call 911?
I did.
Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit 6, the 911 call of Lauren Jones. I would ask for permission to play that.
You may,
I can't tell if it's up on the screen.
it's not. No, it is.
Thank you, Judge.
911, state the location of your emergency.
Hi, I'm on Route 90, and a truck just, right before Vrooman Road in, Lake County.
Going eastbound or
And,
westbound on 90?
the accident is on westbound.
Okay, and it's right before Vrooman?
Yes, right before, no, I'm sorry, it'd be right after Vrooman. It's between Vrooman and Route 44. And
Is it closer to Vrooman or closer to 44?
Closer to 44.
Okay, and what happened?
A truck was heading eastbound, and it started spinning around and crossed over through the grass into the westbound lane, hit another car, and hit the car right on the passenger side and
Okay.
oh my God.
Okay, so what lane is the car in now, east or west?
The cars are in the westbound lane.
Okay, do you know if anyone's hurt?
I'm certain the driver of the small car is hurt.
Okay, we're gonna get help out.
The driver of the truck got out.
What is your name?
My name is Laura.
Okay, and you just saw this, you're a witness, correct?
I am a witness.
What's
Yes,
your
I
last
saw
name?
the whole thing. Jones, Jones.
Okay, we're gonna get help out, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
It looks like it's close. If you're at Vrooman Road, at the exit of Vrooman and you head westbound, you're closer.
Yeah, we got a couple of calls on it, so we're getting help out.
Okay. All right, great.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
That was your call, Mrs. Jones, from 911. What point did you make that call?
As soon as it happened,
So this is right after it happened.
is immediately.
Matthews?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. You indicated you were driving between 60 and 65 miles an hour.
Correct.
You were in the right-hand lane,
Correct.
and you observed the red pickup truck coming up from behind you in the left lane.
Correct. So it wasn't behind me in the right-hand lane, it was in the
Correct.
left-hand lane behind me.
You were in the right-hand lane,
Yeah.
the red truck was in the left lane.
Correct.
Coming up, it passed you on the left,
Yes.
and then it applied its brakes.
Yes.
And you know this because you saw the brake lights come on?
Yes.
And when the truck applied the brakes, was that the point at which the rear of the truck began fishtailing?
That is how I remember it, correct.
And after the truck began fishtailing, what did it do?
Then spun around, in that the front of the truck was headed toward me. Spun around.
And then,
And it did that 2 times, and then crossed over into the median.
can you explain it? No further questions, thank you.
Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much. You may step down. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Sergeant Evan Mays, Your Honor.
You swear to tell the truth, excuse me. You swear your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I try to.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the court by saying your name, spelling your name, and indicating what you do.
Sergeant Evan Mace, EVANMACE. I'm the Assistant Post Commander at the Chardon Post of the Highway Patrol. I work for the Ohio State Highway Patrol.
Okay. And so how long have you been an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper, sir?
A little over 11 years.
What are your duties, first as a trooper and then as a sergeant, second in command at the Chardon Post?
As a trooper, we have jurisdiction on any public roadway in the state of Ohio, so we enforce all traffic laws and criminal laws within the state of Ohio on the roadways. As a supervisor, my duties include quality assurance in the work product of my subordinates and any duties in the absence of the lieutenant, who is the post commander, I would be in charge of. So inquiries from the public, and overall administration at the patrol post.
And as a sergeant, when you were on duty, are there occasions where you were called to the scene to administer those duties as a sergeant?
Yes.
As part of your training as an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper, you learn about crashes.
We do.
How?
We have an extensive crash training program within the academy at the Ohio State Highway Patrol Academy. That academy consists of between 23 and 26 weeks of training, approximately 2 weeks of which is crash training, where we learn the procedures associated with crash investigation, as well as practical exercises in crash investigation.
So that's the training you receive at the academy. After you're granted privilege to serve as a trooper, you get some on-the-job training crashes, don't you?
Yes. So we have a field training period. When I was going through FTO, which is field training officer, when I was in FTO, it was approximately 60 days where we ride with a more senior trooper and respond to crashes and get more on-the-job training in crash investigation.
Okay, and how long were you an on-the-road trooper prior to becoming a sergeant?
A little over 5 years.
And in your 5 years on the road and then in the following years as a sergeant, have you had occasion to respond to motor vehicle collision scenes?
Hundreds of times.
Okay, all right. And what are the duties of a trooper at the scene of a crash?
Primary duties are to investigate the crash scene, to interpret, based on the evidence at the scene, what occurred to cause the crash, and who's at fault in the crash, and then to take action accordingly, whether it's to cite the at-fault driver, cite both drivers if they're at fault.
But investigation begins with an analysis of the scene as a trooper, correct?
Correct.
All right. And as part of that investigation involved photographs, taking measurements of landmarks that are observed at the scene?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Now, the Ohio State Highway Patrol received a dispatch about the crash that evidence has been presented on here today, correct?
Correct.
August 26th, about 5:05, is that right?
Yes.
Afternoon?
Yes.
And were you on duty at that time, sir?
I was.
All right. In fact, there was another sergeant on duty around the same time, isn't that right?
It was very near shift change, so I was the day shift sergeant that day, and then Sergeant Kindler was coming on to shift as the afternoon shift supervisor.
Okay, that would be Sergeant Jeremy Kindler?
Yes.
All right. And And did both you and Sergeant Kindler respond to the scene?
Yes, I arrived shortly before he did, along with Trooper Schweinfurth.
Now, on August 26, 2022, when you responded to the scene of the crash, did you have an operational body-worn camera system?
I did.
And were there portions of the scene that were captured on that body-worn camera?
There were.
When you responded on scene, what did you do initially?
Initially, I arrived and Trooper Schweinfurth had made contact with the driver of the red pickup truck that was involved, and he was speaking to the driver. I arrived, I walked up to them, listened in on their brief conversation, and then I immediately began to assess the scene to try and determine what had occurred to cause the crash. I began giving information to our dispatch over the radio, the license plates, the traffic.
I'm sorry, the license plates of the two involved vehicles?
Correct, of the two involved vehicles. I gave dispatch information on the traffic flow and what additional resources we may need to complete the investigation.
Okay. What is the speed limit at that portion of I-90? What's the speed limit?
70 miles per hour.
What were the conditions on August 26, 2022, around 5 o'clock in terms of the weather, the roadway, and so forth?
The roadway was dry. There was no precipitation. There were clouds, but it wasn't cloudy. They weren't rain clouds. It was sunny, warm.
No adverse weather?
No adverse weather.
Four clips of body-worn camera from the scene, Sergeant Mays' body-worn camera that are contained on State Exhibit 7. And I'm going to play this right from my computer like this. I'm putting the DVD with the other items that are here. Sergeant, I'm going to show you the first clip. You had testified when you got there what you had initially started to do. Let me show clip 1 in State's Exhibit 7 at this time. Now, I'm stopping it at Windows Media Player 9 seconds into it. Sergeant, for purposes of getting our bearings, where are you at this point?
I would have been just west of the crash scene and just west of the second unit involved, which was the small car. And I'm walking up eastbound towards where the collision had occurred.
Okay. That's on the north side of the road, though?
Yes,
Okay. Or the westbound lane, right?
correct.
Suspended for what? For improper registration. I had a Kentucky license and I got pulled over about 2 months ago, maybe 2.5 months ago.
It is gonna be westbound. We're at the 204 over 4.
Oh yeah, you're in trouble. What's the deal?
We've got lanes flowing eastbound and westbound. It's just backed up. You have the RPs? First one's gonna be John Ocean David 1069, John Ocean David 1069.
All right, so stopping it at Windows Media Player 1 minute and 19 seconds. Sergeant Mays, you just relayed some numbers over the dispatch. What was that?
That would have been the license plate on the Chevy.
There was a gray vehicle in the view here,
That was the small Chevy Aveo vehicle.
vehicle that was involved in the impact, correct?
Yes.
At this point, the driver of the vehicle had been extracted or not, of the Chevy?
No.
Stand by for a second.
Yes.
09 Chevy, nothing for.
Second RP is going to be Ohio Temporary Paul 536364. Paul 536364.
We died, nothing for.
Okay. So as you testify, you're getting to assess the scene, provide information on the vehicle to dispatch, right?
Yes.
Right. The state's exhibits A through J in photograph. And I'm going to show you when you get up to take a look.
This one there?
A through J. Okay, did you take a look at those? So, putting them up on the screen, moving to 8A, what are we looking at here, sir? And if you look at the monitor to your left, what I have on the screen should match up with the exhibit that's in your hand. If it doesn't, let me know. All right, so screen is 8A.
8A would have been the red truck involved in the collision. We have that listed as Unit 1, if it's all right to refer to it as Unit 1. So this would have been Unit 1 involved in the crash.
Okay. 8B?
That is a closer depiction of Unit 1.
Okay. Does the Ohio State Highway Patrol troopers have a certain sequence in which they take photographs on the scene?
Yes, typically we will start farther away from the actual collision scene where the vehicles came to final rest, and we will approach and take photographs sequentially as we approach the scene. Occasionally it's done in reverse, but we do that showing the approach and try to get the approach from all angles so that we can get a total depiction of the crash scene.
Okay, so moving on to 8C.
This is Unit 1, again, incorporating portions of the rear of the vehicle.
D.
The rear of Unit 1.
8E.
This would be the passenger side of Unit 1, and it's facing, I guess, a southeast direction.
8F is in Frank.
The passenger side and passenger rear of Unit 1.
8G.
It's the front and the passenger side of Unit 1.
That's actually facing southwest, right?
The vehicle is facing southwest, correct. I was referring to the direction that the photographer
Gotcha.
would have been facing.
Okay, I got you, thank you.
8H.
The front of Unit 1.
Who's this in this photograph?
That is me.
And 8I.
That's the front driver's side portion of Unit 1.
And now, looking at 8I, in the distance here, we're indicating with the arrow.
That would be Unit 2, the gray Chevy Aveo that was also involved in the collision.
All right, and the position of these vehicles is at final rest?
Yes,
They had not been moved?
they have not.
8J, what are we looking at here?
It's the temporary registration in the rear window of Unit 1.
And that was at the place of final rest, that's how it was?
Yes.
So now, we proceed to investigate the path of travel of these vehicles at this point.
Yes.
And having taken a look around it and seen Unit 1, the truck, what do you do at this point in terms of where you walk, where you take photographs, what you're looking at?
Trooper Schweinfurth and I began to walk the scene backwards from final rest of the vehicles to where the tire marks and the markings and evidence on the pavement indicated one of the vehicles had come from. And the evidence on scene indicated that one of the vehicles had come from the eastbound lanes across the median. We could see the tire marks crossing the median, and that lined up with evidence in the westbound lanes as well. So we're basically just looking at the pavement markings and tracking where the vehicle had come from.
Okay, now I'm going to play clip 2 of State's Exhibit 7, which is a portion of the body-worn camera. There's no sound on this portion, Your Honor.
Okay.
Stopping it at 43 seconds window media clear time. Now, I just asked you about how did you begin to investigate the scene and the path of travel. You started to look for landmarks. Looking at the screen now at 43 seconds pause, is there something that you saw on scene that was noteworthy to you in your investigations? What happened here?
Yes, so you can see tire markings coming from the grassy median onto green button.
Just got to power it up. Okay.
So these tire marks here coming onto the westbound lanes and track directly into the median, and you can see the absence of grass where the tires had dragged across the grassy median and then continued into the westbound lanes. And those tire markings line up directly with the path of travel for Unit 1, which was the red pickup truck.
Okay, now you testified that you're working backwards from point of impact back over to the east side, or eastbound, then you come back, right?
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to show you some video along that route at this time. Starting it back up at 43 seconds window media player time.
Trooper Schweinfurth.
What was Trooper Schweinfurth's role?
At this moment, he was taking the photographs, and he and I are walking back. We hadn't yet made our way into the eastbound lanes, so this is us initially going into the eastbound lanes to try and locate evidence in those lanes.
What areas is Trooper Schweinfurth walking in relation to the marks that you see?
You want me to shoot laser?
He would have been he is directly in the middle of the tire marks at this moment.
All right, and this is 2 minutes and 2 seconds window media player time.
Okay, what'd you say about a laser? You said something about a laser.
Stopping it at 253 window would be a clear time. There was an exchange there, something about area of impact. What was being discussed?
The area of impact is the exact, or roughly the exact location where the two vehicles made the initial contact. And judging by the evidence on the road and the tire markings, we determined that this ambulance here is sitting on top of the area of impact. So we were discussing having that ambulance move so that we could get photographs and measurements of where the vehicles made contact.
All right, so at this point, do you ask the ambulance to move?
Yes.
In the video, I'm going to show you some photographs of this. 9A through J. 9A through J. Okay, take a look. How do the photographs 9A through J relate to what we just saw?
These are photographs of evidence on the roadway and the tire markings left by Unit 1
Okay.
and its path of travel.
So looking at 9A, this is from what perspective, looking where?
This would be looking westbound, and this is a photograph of the area of impact.
So that's where the ambulance was?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to show some additional photos and video of that. Working backwards, which way are we headed here? Looking at the next exhibit, 9B.
So this is moving westbound, closer to where Unit 1 had crossed the median.
Okay. 9C.
This is standing on the southernmost edge of the westbound lanes, looking southwest across the median at the tire markings coming across the median of Unit 1.
9D.
That's moving further west, southwest, and photographing the tire marks coming across the median.
Okay, so these are the photographs that Trooper Schweinfurth was taking as he was walking across the median in the video?
Yes.
Okay. 9E.
A more southwestern approach to the tire markings of Unit 1.
Okay. 9F.
Again, it's southwest, moving that direction, tire markings of Unit 1. This is the tire markings of Unit 1 again, and you can see tire markings on the pavement in the eastbound lanes.
Feel free
Leaving
to
the-
use the pointer.
Okay.
Are you referring to 9G now?
Yes, 9G. So you can see here, these are tire markings on the pavement where the black rubber indicates that the vehicle was coming off of the roadway and into the median.
9H.
Again, these are the tire markings in the median, and there are black, it's hard to see, it's kind of washed out. There are black tire markings coming across the inside fog lane.
Are those strips that go along?
The rumble strips,
That's on
yes,
the screen there,
yes.
too, right? Okay. So those aren't part of this. First I was thinking that's what I was looking at. Those aren't the tire marks you're talking
The tire mark right here, Your Honor, is the tire mark. You can see how the line is darkened
Yes.
right in here. That's the actual rubber deposit on the paint.
about. I was looking at the
Okay.
strips for a second. I got you now. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
It's a closer version of what I was describing earlier, and you can also see the tire marks, the yaw marks tracking here, here, and here from Unit 1.
Okay. Jay?
That's a distinct tire mark coming across the yellow fog line.
Now, did you examine the roadway of I-90 eastbound? Again, working backwards from point of impact across the median to 90 eastbound. We've seen some photographs of some tire marks at this point. Did you and Trooper Schweinfurt, I'll take these. Did you and Trooper Schweinfurt continue more walking west on I-90 east to see if there was any other marks that you attributed to these vehicles?
We did.
Okay. See any?
We did.
I got some pictures of those, right?
Yes.
And A through I. Let me know if you have a chance to take a look at those and put them up.
Okay.
What, 10A through I, collectively, what are these?
These are photographs of the eastbound lanes on I-90, and this would be west of final rest of the vehicles.
Okay. Now, looking at 10A, I asked you a moment ago if you took photographs or noted any marks in the roadway that you attributed to the vehicle. Remember that question?
Yes.
How does that question relate to 10A here?
So there is a tire mark in the center of the left lane of,
Indicate with the pointer.
so it's difficult to see on the screen, but you can see it right there. There is a line on the pavement
Yeah, I'm gonna zoom out so you can, okay?
that tracks roughly in that path.
Okay, and did you see that on scene?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Looking at 10B as in
Let's
boy.
clear something up for the record
Yes,
here,
Your Honor.
doesn't it? I'm looking at the lane there, and there's black lines. Those are just,
The lane dividing.
but they're black in the picture here. Those aren't.
So the pavement was, they must have incorrectly striped the lines, and that's a correction to the incorrectly striped lines, or they're doing touch-up work. That's what there's white that leads into those black
Oh,
markings.
okay.
So that's not from a vehicle, that's actual paint on the roadway.
Black lines have nothing to do with this. That's
Correct.
The lane dividers.
Yes, that's a correction from whoever striped the roadway.
Right. Looking at the actual glossy,
Oh, yeah.
it's a lot easier to.
Oh, yeah, much, no, that makes sense. You don't see the white at all up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are much better.
Well, I seen it though.
Must see, that's all right.
Okay.
It's easier to see on my screen as well.
Yeah, I think it's because we have a projector and here's the resolution. So thank you for that question, Your Honor. And I'm gonna move on to 10B because 10B is what?
This is a close-up depiction of that line that I was speaking about, this tire mark here in the center of the lane.
Okay, and actually glossy.
Yes.
need to show me everyone.
Yes, sir.
You know, take a look at it.
The one, as we progress, the line becomes a little more visible, is that right?
Yes, more distinct.
Okay. All right, so 10B is we got a little closer from 10A, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're looking at 10C now. Go ahead and have a look.
Again, it's a continuation of that line, and you can see that it's getting closer to the dividing lines in the center of the roadway.
Okay, and then 10D is in David.
It's a closer image. It's roughly there.
Okay. E.
This is a photograph of one of those dotted white lines in the center of the lane, and this shows the tire mark crossing that dotted white line.
F. 10F.
10F shows, let's see, right here, this is the tire marks off the right side of the roadway onto the shoulder in the eastbound lanes. So you can see the tire mark.
Which shoulder?
It'd be the right shoulder, so the southernmost portion of the roadway. That's a close-up image of that tire mark, and you can see the rumble strips here cut into the pavement, which indicates that it's on the right side of the roadway. This shows the tire mark crossing back onto, so it crossed, in the previous photos, it crossed off over the fog line to the south. This is showing it coming back towards the north, so crossing back over the fog line into the lanes. And I shows the pavement, the tire marks coming back across the roadway. There's a tire mark here. I don't know if you can zoom in if you need it zoomed in, but the tire marks track roughly here, here, and here. Sorry.
All right, now let's look at 11A through F.
Okay.
All right, so now, we've gone from the westbound lane across the median, and first finding the C mark, making our way back to the median in these photographs, is that right?
Yes, these photographs show us walking the scene back eastbound.
All right, so 11A.
So this is coming out of the westbound lanes, and you see the tire marks coming back, coming into the median. This is basically the opposite perspective of what we had just gone over.
Okay, we're going back to the westbound lane, correct?
Correct. Back towards the scene and final rest.
11B,
Yes, through the median, the tire marks through the median.
C,
Again, a closer version of that.
D,
Closer yet.
E.
The tire marks, again, and you can see the tire marks coming and meeting the pavement there.
F.
F, you can see the point where the tires return to the pavement and the tire marks on the actual pavement and then crossing this yellow fog line.
So now we're getting closer to the point of impact, correct?
Correct, and you can see Unit 1. You can see the very front of Unit 1 up here.
Okay. Let me have those photos, please, sir. So now we're back onto the I-90 westbound lane. I asked you a question about the point of impact, if you asked that ambulance to move, and you said yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show, clip 3 of State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
Your, right here is gonna be your, this is gonna be your area of impact right here.
All right, now, has the truck moved?
Yes,
All right, and you're pointing to where the area of impact was on this, video, correct?
correct.
All right, I'm gonna show you the
The
picture.
truck moved.
The ambulance.
I apologize, I should have been more precise. The ambulance moved forward, so you could take the picture, right?
Yes.
All right, when I say the truck, the Dodge Ram didn't move at all, correct?
No.
All right.
Cause that's where her tires start going.
We'll advise that he will contact the dude, and we're on the phone now. Okay. CRO is John Ocean David, 1069, John Ocean David, 1069.
All right, so that video shows the area of impact as you saw it on the scene, sir?
Yes.
All right, and also the relative positions of the two vehicles?
Yes.
All right, it's showing you 12A through H. Okay, now the last photo I showed you was 11F, and you testified that that was the portion where the tire marks are coming off of the median and into the I-90 westbound lanes, remember that?
Yes.
So now we're looking at 12A. What are we looking at here?
Yes, this would be another closer version, a closer yet depiction of the scene. So traveling eastbound, northeast, and this is the tire markings coming back into the westbound lanes.
12B is in boy.
12B shows
And you
unit.
can use that monitor next to you if it's better.
Yes.
Yeah.
12B shows unit number 1 as well as the area of impact. The area of impact is this area here and unit 1.
Okay, 12C.
12C shows tire markings coming across the dotted white line, the lane dividing line, and approaching the area of impact.
12D is in David.
That is me, and I'm pointing down directly at the area of impact here, and unit 1.
12E.
Once again, it's myself, and I'm indicating with my hands the area of impact and markings on the pavement showing the rotation of unit 2, the gray Chevy, and then it travels off in this direction.
How do you know that's the area of impact?
There's a gouge, and it's shown in later photos.
Which one? I'll get to it.
The next photo,
Actually,
actually.
Frank, 12?
Correct.
Go ahead.
And there's a gouge right there on the pavement.
Okay, and moving on to 12G,
That shows a closer version of that gouge
where is it? Please show the clerk the pointer.
right there.
All right, what about 12H?
That is a close-up of that gouge in the pavement.
What is the significance of this gouge? Why does that tell you the point of impact?
When two vehicles meet, their momentum is stopped immediately, and those vehicles tend to move downward and dig into the pavement, whether it's the wheels or something in the undercarriage will dig into the pavement, and that's a good indication typically of
Isn't there
the air.
some specific name for that?
There may be, but that's probably something in the lexicon of the reconstructionists and kind of beyond me.
Okay, but in your experience, in investigating crashes, this is how you understood the language.
Correct.
So what you're seeing is consistent with your training and experience of an area of impact, the mark in the road is, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now that you have determined the area of impact, do you then go from the area of impact and walk the path to Unit 1, the truck? All right. Is that what you do, what I just asked you?
Yes, we walk, so this is,
So 13A, what are we doing here?
this is facing Unit 1, and you can see, area of impact would be out of the frame.
B.
It's a closer image of Unit 1. It's the passenger side rear of Unit 1. The driver's side rear, and that is this shows the impact location where Unit 2 and Unit 1 made contact.
E.
That's the middle of Unit 1.
Okay, now, Unit 1, as it was photographed, 12E, had the truck been moved at all?
It had not.
All right, this was how it came to rest, is that right?
Yes.
F is in Frank, next one.
So that's the driver's side showing the portion of the cab and the bed of Unit 1.
Now, 13. Now, do you then proceed to move towards the Chevy Aveo?
Yes.
Any 14A through J set of photographs. Please take a look.
Okay.
All right. And collectively, what is 14A through J?
This would be photographing the scene approaching Unit 2 from the area where Unit 1 was at final rest in a westbound direction.
Okay, so 14A, what is this?
This is Unit 2 and Unit 1 in their orientation at final rest,
Okay.
facing westbound.
14B, boy.
That's Unit 2 at final rest. And the area of impact was,
Sorry, go ahead.
the area of impact was just here. So you can, based on this, you can, so Unit 1 is to the east and Unit 2 is to the west. Area of impact is here, so it shows the vehicles struck here and then separated, and their momentum carried them in opposite directions.
Okay. C.
It's a close-up or closer-up depiction of Unit 2.
D.
It shows the tire markings where Unit 2 traveled off the roadway and the fluid trail indicating its path of travel, and then Unit 2 at final rest.
E.
It's the passenger side of Unit 2.
F is in Frank.
It's the front and passenger side of Unit 2.
Okay. And is this, the photographs are taken progressively moving around the vehicle, is that right?
Correct. So westbound and around the vehicle.
14G.
It's the front of Unit 2.
All right. 14H.
It's the left front corner of the vehicle, so the driver's side front.
14I.
That is the driver's side rear of Unit 2. And that's facing eastbound now.
Okay, and then J.
Again, facing eastbound, and that's the rear of Unit 2.
And do these photographs depict the Chevy as it was at its place of final rest?
They do.
Having walked the path, seen the tire marks and other indicators, taking photographs of them, did you measure the scene?
Yes, we did.
How?
We used a rolling wheel tape that we roll along the pavement and get measurements, and we document those measurements for different pieces of evidence and different markings on the pavement, which is the evidence that we're measuring.
Okay. Does the Ohio State Highway Patrol have a crash reconstruction division?
We do.
Was a call placed to the Ohio State Highway Patrol Crash Reconstruction Unit to respond to the scene that day?
It was.
And was it your understanding that the reconstructionists were going to come out and do measurements of the scene?
Yes.
But you took measurements yourself?
Yes, it's done in duplicate. We do our investigation, the troopers that initially respond, and then reconstruction comes out, and it's essentially a double check of our work.
Okay. Please describe the tool that you used to measure.
So the wheel tape it has an extended handle and a wheel, and as the wheel is moved along the pavement rolling, it tracks the distance that the wheel has rotated and gives us the measurement of distance.
Okay. And what points do you use as markers to measure?
We call those reference points, and we can use a variety of different reference points. We will use anything that is a permanent object along the side of the road or on the pavement, or anything that's not movable and can be recreated at a later date off of that reference point.
And that's how you obtain measurements from one point to another on scene?
Yes, we'll start at the reference point and then move along the scene and take measurements from that reference point, and that's how our measurements are documented.
Okay, handing you my State Exhibit 15A, 15-page document. Do you recognize this?
Yes, these are our measurements.
Please be more precise for the court. What is depicted in 15A?
Okay, so this is essentially a spreadsheet that indicates the point.
Sorry, put it on.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
This indicates the first column is the point that we're measuring, and that's an arbitrary letter that we give to the point. The AE column is the along edge measurement. The FE is the from edge measurement. So we're measuring on two axes, horizontally and vertically, to get that measurement, and it gives us a point in time. So horizontally and vertically, that gives us if you picture the scene as a grid, we're measuring horizontally and vertically to get that point where those two measurements meet. That's our point. And then the description is what point A is or what point M is. So that's what the four columns are.
And then these measurements, you use the roller, you take them by hand, record them, correct?
Yes.
All right, and all those measurements get reduced to a list, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, 15B, you have it up there.
Yes.
What is, excuse me, put it on the screen. What is 15B, and how does it relate to 15A?
So 15B is the diagram that we create it's a map of the scene with every point that is depicted in 15A corresponds with a point on the diagram, which is a map of the scene.
Okay, now this diagram that is depicted in State's Exhibit 15B, is that a diagram that is to scale?
It is not.
So what does that mean to a layperson looking at that? Do those marks indicate how far away they are to scale?
No, because the way that this document prints from the computer, it distorts the measurements and the references and the distances between points. So that's why we indicate that it's not to scale, because the way that it prints, it distorts.
So I want to turn your attention to N, M, and L that are on the screen.
Okay, yes.
How does N, M, and L correspond to, the photograph that we saw. What's N, M, and L?
Point N, M, and L are markings on the pavement that myself and Trooper Schweinfurth located when we were walking the scene, and we took measurements of those markings on the pavement. They begin in the left lane of the eastbound lanes, and then cross over, the tire markings cross over into the right lane, and then continue across that fog line on the south side of the roadway, and then back across into the median towards the area of impact and final rest of the vehicles.
The very bottom line on that diagram is just the edge of the road, right?
Yes, so this would be the edge of the concrete
Right, and then
on the south side of,
the fog line?
correct. This would indicate the fog line.
Gotcha.
That's the dividing line, and then again the fog line, and then the edge of the concrete.
Okay, gotcha. So
But
space
it's not to
between-
scale.
I understand. Space between the two bottom lines is the shoulder or berm, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. So when I was showing you photographs, and I showed you State's Exhibit 10, I asked you, you start taking photographs the first time you saw any mark. Remember these photographs?
Yes.
Where that line, you could really see it up there?
Yes.
How does, where is State's Exhibit 10 collectively on N, M, and L?
That would be N. So the beginning of, so we took photographs and measurements of the westernmost evidence, the westernmost piece of evidence that we could find, and that was N, which is the beginning of that tire mark depicted in State's Exhibit 10A.
Okay.
So that is the westernmost mark you found in your investigation?
It is.
If you wanted to look at distances, you could look at 15A and determine what those distances are, correct?
Correct.
So what is the distance, as we, N, M, and L? You know, as we're going N, M, L, K to that right, fog line there, what is that distance?
So the distance
Between
between,
Which numbers?
so N,
Come on, but
Wait, hold on, sir.
okay.
what are you asking him?
Let me be more precise in my question, I apologize, sir. The marks that were depicted in State's Exhibit 10, collectively 10, you said, you know, we start at N, okay, and then we're going to where? There? Okay.
In 10,
I
10A,
have the pictures in front of you.
right, 10A shows, it would just show this.
Okay. All right.
That's N and M for the record,
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Now, I guess let me
So
ask
there's a series of,
You asked for a distance, and I didn't know between what points you were asking.
That's
That's all I
correct.
tried to clarify.
Thank you, Your Honor, I didn't ask it very well.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask it in a more precise and clear way. What is, you went out and you measured these points, N, M, and L with the walking stick, right?
yes,
N, K, and J, every letter up there.
yes.
What is the distance as the mark that you saw on the road progresses from N, M, L, K? What is that distance?
So the distance between point N and point K is approximately 130 feet.
Okay, and how do you get 130 feet from the State's Exhibit?
I'm doing rough math between the difference in distance between point N and point K. So from our reference point, we measured 752 feet to point N, and the distance to point K is only 629 feet. So if you do subtraction, 652 minus 629, or 752 minus 629, it's roughly 130 feet.
Okay.
But that's a direct straight line distance difference, right? Where's
Yes.
the reference point here?
The reference point is right here. So this was milepost 204.4, the milepost in the median, because that is an infinite line.
Gotcha.
We use that as a reference point, and we're tracking westbound from milepost
You go from that reference point to N, in a straight line, get it to.
752 feet.
A straight line.
Yes,
And then you went from reference point to K, direct straight line,
yes.
and then you're subtracting the two.
So the distance between, in a straight line, so from N to K, so that distance is roughly 130 feet.
Okay.
You wanted to clarify that, because if you look at it, it's really small. You're looking
Right.
at 130 feet.
Right, so the actual travel distance would be further because it's a curve,
Right.
but from, in a straight line from N to K is 130 feet.
All right, that's my next question, but okay. Jim, if you're not hearing my questions, make sure you ask.
I'm hearing everything you say, Judge.
Going back to questions about the Dodge Ram. How many tires were on the vehicle at point of final rest?
3.
And did, one of the troopers take, measurements of those tires, tire pressure, so forth?
Yes, Trooper Jordan.
Trooper Jordan did that?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he find was the tire pressure of the remaining tires on the car?
They were roughly 40 PSI, 40 PSI, and 24 PSI.
All right, well, it's written in the report, right?
It is.
All right. And what if I told you the front left tire was 42? Does that sound right?
Yes.
And what if the front right tire 44? Does that sound right?
Yes.
And the right rear tire was 28. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so that's what Trooper Jordan measured the tire pressure to be?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you clip 4 of Statement 57. So I'm stopping at.
Start it over, please. I'm sorry, I was waiting for your sound and I didn't.
I apologize, Your Honor, there's no sound.
All right, well then,
Sorry about that.
I missed the beginning, so start it over.
Okay, I'll start it over.
Thank you.
Now, there's no sound here, and Sergeant, starting the video over, you're walking it over to the truck now, right?
Yes, eastbound towards Unit 1.
Okay, and there's a trooper there at the vehicle as you approach, isn't that right?
Yes, that's Trooper Jordan.
Okay, so stopping at 9, this is Trooper Jordan?
Yes.
Okay, and what's he doing at this point?
He's recording the tire pressures.
This video stops in just a couple seconds. It's at 33 seconds now at this point. This is a short video. But in the middle of the screen here, you testified earlier when I showed you a photograph. This is the driver's side rear wheel well, the point of what you determined to be the point of impact. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. So there does not appear to be a tire there.
Correct.
Were efforts made on scene to locate that tire?
Yes, we searched the wood line in the area of the crash. Myself, other troopers, the wrecker drivers, firefighters and EMTs, and we were unable to locate the tire that day due to the dense foliage.
Yeah, what was the condition of the foliage that's depicted in the video there, the vegetation as you go off the roadway into the green?
It was extremely dense at the time. There was no visibility beyond what you could see from the roadway, and we couldn't navigate back into it very far without getting caught in vines and different debris.
Okay. So was a decision made regarding how to proceed to find this tire?
Yes, it was discussed, and we determined that it might be beneficial to wait until later on in the year and when the vegetation died down, to go back and resume a search for the tire.
Okay. And is that what happened here?
Yes.
Now, did there come a point in time, as we're getting into the winter months, where a trooper went out in an attempt to locate the tire?
Yes, Trooper Schweinfurth, who was the trooper that initially responded with me, he went out later on in the year in November when the foliage had died, and he attempted to search for the wheel and tire.
I may be jumping ahead of myself here, maybe this can be answered by another witness, but are you able, I don't know if you can tell this or not, but do we know that all four wheel tires were on the vehicle as across the median? I mean, was the truck have all four tires right before impact? Do you know that, or is that?
I do not.
Okay, I'll wait for that.
We're gonna get.
Okay,
Based-
fair enough, that's fine, thank you, sir.
I can,
No, well,
I can reasonably assess that they were based on the markings coming through the median and and the actual rubber on the pavement,
Fair enough,
but,
that's good enough.
okay.
Thank you, sir.
we're looking at State's Exhibit 16. It is two clips of, you testified that Trooper Schweinfurth went out and he found this tire, didn't he?
Yes,
Is that what it depicted in State's Exhibit 16?
yes.
All right, I'm just gonna let it play.
Wait a second, you said he went out and looked, I didn't catch anything after that, you said you found it?
Well, let me ask it again then, Your Honor, forgive me. Trooper Schweinfurth went out to locate the vehicle when the foliage was down.
Tire.
The tire, when the foliage was down, right?
He did.
And what happened here?
He was able to locate that evidence.
And was he wearing a functioning body-worn camera system when he did that?
He was.
Did he videotape his locating the tire and then recovering it?
He did.
Is that what is depicted on State's Exhibit 16?
Yes.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. Is that date accurate? Is that when it was, November 13th?
Yes.
Right now, if I may, Your Honor, stop the video at Windows Media Player 10 seconds. Is there a landmark here that is significant, gives us an idea of where?
This sign here is the sign for Concord Township, and it was depicted in the photographs that we have previously looked at.
In the vicinity of Unit 1, the truck?
Yes, Unit 1 was roughly here, Unit 2 was roughly in this area.
Where was the point of impact?
The
Sign?
It was roughly in this area, so further east of this location where Trooper Schweinfurth currently is.
West of the sign though, correct? No, you can't really tell.
I can't really.
That's fine.
Found it. That was easy.
Okay, sir, now the second clip, State's Exhibit 16, is this true for Schweinfurth now going?
Actually, yes, moving in. I believe he left it there to photograph the tire in place before he removed it.
Georgia Township, they have somebody from me out there toll road. Okay. I took this hell out. Gosh dang. Let's go. Yeah, I can make it. Excuse me.
Okay, so at that point, the tire recovered is in the custody of the Ohio State Highway Patrol, correct?
Yes.
And there's gonna be some testimony in this trial about that. Some questions earlier about the Ohio State Highway Patrol crash reconstruction unit coming out. And did, troopers that are assigned to that unit arrive on scene and begin to take measurements?
They did.
What sort of equipment does the crash reconstruction unit use to measure?
They use a survey equipment, referred to as a total station. It's a GPS device that takes precise measurements, basically a more intensive depiction of the scene than what we do for our purposes.
And that is something that unit does, correct?
Yes.
And were you part of that, taking those measurements, or no?
I was not.
This crash that you investigated, did it take place in Lake County, Ohio?
It did.
Testimony about the path of the vehicle as it traveled on I-90 eastbound, turning. Is that testimony?
I did.
When you observed the marks on I-90 eastbound, what is it that you were able to determine about the path of the traveling vehicle from looking at those marks?
We were able to determine that the vehicle had started out in the left lane, traveled into the right lane, over that fog line in the right lane, and then back into the lanes of travel. And as that vehicle was traveling back north into the eastbound lanes, it was rotating.
Which way?
It would have been rotating. The front of the vehicle would have been turning towards the north.
Towards the north?
Yes. It would have been, the front of the vehicle would have been rotating towards the north, and the rear of the vehicle would have been coming around towards the south, and then continuing towards the east. So the vehicle would have made approximately 180-degree rotation as it was coming into the median, and it would have gone into the median sideways. And that was based on the tire markings on the pavement. There were 4 distinct tire markings going into the median, which indicated that the vehicle was sideways, so turned approximately 180 degrees, and then rotating, not rotating, but traveling sideways, laying down those 4 tire markings.
I have 11B on the screen. Does that depict what you're describing right now about the 4 markings?
Yes, if the vehicle was oriented straight. So if the front of the vehicle was oriented towards the fire engine and the ambulance, then there would be two distinct markings going through the median, but the four distinct markings indicate that the vehicle is sideways, traveling essentially against the way that the wheels rotate.
And then your observation of the markings on I-90 westbound, as the car reaches the pavement and your point of impact, what does that tell you about?
Start that question over again, please. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Your Honor. You described what you observed on the median, and then the questions were about what happened when you got to the pavement on that. Having viewed those marks on the pavement and the point of impact on westbound, what does that tell you about the relative position of the vehicle at impact?
So the Dodge, which is Unit 1, would have been oriented roughly how it is at final rest when the collision occurred. However, after the collision, the truck rotated once again, which was caused by the collision, and then became oriented as it is now. But just for purposes of depicting the path of travel, the truck would have been roughly oriented how it is now at impact.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. Your Honor.
Let me ask one question
Yes,
first,
sir.
and if you wanna follow. Do you know the distance or the width of the median?
I could tell you if I had the measurements in front of me. I could do the math and
Yeah,
figure
do
out
it real
the...
quick.
15A, you mean?
I don't know which one it would be.
I mean, the
And-
measurements you took on scene you're talking about?
Yes, if you have my, my list of measurements.
You're talking about the state's exhibit that I showed you where you detailed what your measurements were?
Yes.
That would be state's exhibit 15A, Your Honor.
Do you have, let's see, do you have the yeah, that'll make it easier.
Okay.
About 62 feet-ish.
Directly across? Not diagonal, but directly across? Okay. Thank you. Now if that follows up, if you have any questions about that, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Afternoon.
These marks that are on the road, these tire marks, what causes a vehicle to leave a tire mark?
There are a lot of different things that can cause a vehicle to leave tire marks on the pavement.
What are some of the most common?
Braking, abrupt steering inputs, rapid deflation of a tire. There's a number of things.
How do we know that the marks that you identified on the road are from the red Dodge truck?
When we walk the scene backwards from final rest of the vehicles and the point of impact, we could very easily track the tire markings back across into the median and then onto the pavement on the eastbound lanes. And we're basically just tracking the tire markings, and it shows the path of travel.
Is there something distinctive about the tire marks that would demonstrate that they are all made by the same vehicle?
Yeah, so the pattern, the tread pattern on the tire is usually somewhat distinct, and it's also able to be matched up with the markings on the pavement a lot of times. If there's an aggressive tread pattern on the tire, it's going to leave different markings on the pavement than, say, you had slick tires from a race car or something like that. It's going to be a different look to the markings.
So, based on these markings, you believe the vehicle was in the left lane when it made the first mark?
Yes, the first mark that we found was in the left lane.
Okay. And then, based on your diagram, it proceeded then to the right.
Yes.
And then back to the left.
Yes, based on the tire markings.
Is it at that point, right, back to left? At what point in that right to left did the vehicle begin to spin?
Right. So the tire markings indicated that as the vehicle was coming back from its southernmost terminus, so the most southern portion that it ever was on the roadway, based on the tire markings.
When we say southernmost, would that be the lowest point on?
On the diagram,
that
yes.
Diagram, okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
So at that point where it's at the southernmost point, the tire marks indicated that there was aggressive steering input, which indicates that the driver was trying to regain control of the vehicle. As he did that, the tire markings showed a rotation of the vehicle as it was traveling back across the eastbound lanes and into the median. So the vehicle was oriented sideways as it entered the median based on the tire markings. So I'm trying to answer your question based on, it was rotating as he turned it back to the left. That's when he began to rotate.
So based on the tire markings, at what point does it appear as though the vehicle was no longer in control?
I don't know if I could tell that based on the tire markings necessarily. I know definitively based on the tire markings when it was out of control, but I can't tell based on the tire markings when control was initially lost. And I can only tell that it was out of control based on the fact that there's 4 tire markings coming sideways across the roadway, and that's not how a vehicle travels. So I can tell that if a vehicle's traveling sideways, that's out of control because that's not normal.
Yeah, you can't drive sideways.
Right, you can't drive sideways, so I can tell that the vehicle's out of control. But I can't tell exactly at what point, based on the tire markings, there was necessarily a loss of control.
Because you indicated when it was at that southernmost point, the markings indicated that the driver was attempting to regain control by going to the left.
Based on the yaw markings, yes, he was oversteering, so he was not, there would not be tire markings if the vehicle was being steered in a manner that is under control. So he's exceeding the threshold, the steering threshold of that vehicle, and that is what causes the tires to make yaw marks on the pavement. He's driving in excess of how that vehicle is capable of being driven.
So the markings demonstrate that some event took place where the vehicle was in the left lane and went abruptly into the right and reached that southernmost point, and then the markings are indicating a hard and abrupt turn to the left, perhaps in an effort to regain control, like you said?
Yes.
And then upon going to the left, the markings do not indicate that the vehicle then ever made it back into the right lane?
No, from that southern terminus, they went left and continued left all the way across the median.
Okay. Because you were present for the testimony of Ms. Selden,
I was.
and she indicated that the vehicle went right, then left, then right again. Are you saying that the tire marks do not support that version of the event?
I'm saying that if that is what occurred, there were no tire marks occurring. The vehicle was not producing tire marks at that time that she saw that.
But we do know, though, well, I shouldn't say, based on the tire marks, to the best of your ability to assess what did occur, there was a single event in the left lane taking the vehicle into the right, down to that southernmost point. And then, from that point, back across, I guess, both lanes, and then into the median.
Yes, the tire marks indicated that the vehicle was in the left lane, went to the right lane, across the fog line, and then back to the left. Correct.
Okay. So I guess, just based on what you can tell from the tire marks, there was not a tire mark that indicated a return back to the right after the vehicle reached the southernmost point on that diagram.
Correct.
Okay. Were you involved at any point with the interview of Mr. Klotz?
When Trooper Schweinfurth and I initially arrived on scene, Trooper Schweinfurth he made contact with Mr. Klotz initially and was asking him several questions, but beyond that, I was not directly involved with any part of the interview, no.
And you didn't do any field sobriety tests or anything? That wasn't you?
I did not.
Okay. During your investigation, were you ever made aware of any indication that Mr. Klotz was distracted while he was driving?
No.
Or that he was eating anything,
No.
playing with the radio?
No.
Redirect examination.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may sit down. Thank you. Let's take our afternoon break and we'll start back up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, thank you. Sure.
Sure, when you're ready.
Thank you very much.
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you very
Good.
much. Please introduce yourself to the court by saying your name, spelling your name, and indicate what you do for a living, sir.
Jeremy Kindler, Kindler. I am employed with the Ohio State Highway Patrol. I'm a sergeant. I've been employed with the Highway Patrol since 2006, going on my 17th year in November.
When did you become a sergeant with the Ohio State Highway Patrol?
In 2012?
We've heard some testimony in this trial about some of the duties of sergeant. Were you on duty on August 26th of 2022, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Around a little bit after, a few minutes after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, did you become aware of dispatch to a call to a crash on I-90?
Yes.
All right. And what did you learn from dispatch, and what did you do when you got the call?
Excuse me.
We were dispatched to an accident on Interstate 90, believed to be a head-on accident. We responded, lights and siren to get there.
Okay, and are you one of the troopers who responded on scene?
Yes, myself and the trainee I was with that day.
Okay, are you referring to Trooper Santiago?
Yes.
You were his field training officer on that day at that time?
Yes.
Now, there's been some testimony, there was another sergeant on scene at that time, Sergeant Evan May,
Correct.
right? Okay. And did you and Sergeant Mays have discussion about which sergeant was going to perform which administrative role on scene?
Yes.
Okay, and what was to be your role on scene of this crash?
I was going to be the scene supervisor.
And through the course of your duties as the scene supervisor that day, was your focus to interview the defendant and to investigate the case as it related to the defendant?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that in a few minutes. But first, I want to ask you about the Chevy Aveo, okay, Unit 2. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
When you responded on scene, was the driver of the Chevy Aveo still within the vehicle of the Chevy Aveo?
Yes.
Did that driver have to be extracted from the vehicle?
Yes.
Was she pronounced dead on scene?
Yes.
And that was a Dr. Gould who made that pronunciation of death, is that right?
Correct.
Subsequently, it was learned that the driver of that vehicle was Mrs. Catherine Wise, isn't that right?
Yes.
And Lake County Coroner's Office became involved and performed an autopsy of Mrs. Catherine Wise, isn't that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, as State Exhibit 18 here, the autopsy report, Dr. Mark Comar, the Lake County Coroner, showing that to you, Sergeant Kinner, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The State's Exhibit 18 contains the findings of Dr. David Keith, the pathologist, and also Dr. Mark Comar, the Lake County Coroner.
Yes.
Okay, as it relates to Mrs. Wise's cause of death.
Correct.
Okay. Also a toxicology report at the end indicating she had no substances in her body. No illegal substances. Caffeine, right?
Yes.
And what is the cause of death that is noted on State Exhibit 18 autopsy report?
Blunt impacts to head, trunk, and extremities with visceral, vascular, and skeletal injuries.
Manner of death.
Accident.
So the cause of death is Catherine Wise determined to be as a result of the injuries she sustained in that crash on I-90.
Yes.
Okay. State Exhibit 19. Handing you that to take a look at. Is that a certified copy of the certificate of death for Catherine Ruth Wise?
Yes.
Okay. She was the driver of the Aveo who I've been asking you questions about here.
Yes.
Okay. And the information is the same on this as well?
Yes.
regarding cause of death. Out of order, Your Honor, that was 18 and 19.
Saw that? No problem.
Through the course of investigating this crash, both that day and after, did you come to learn that the defendant, Leon Klotz, called 911 at the time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 17. And as I've done with other recordings, State's Exhibit 17 is on a disc, but I'll put the other State's Exhibit.
Okay.
This is the 911 call of the defendant. Ready whenever you are, Your Honor. Thank you.
August 26th, 2022, 17 hours, 3 minutes, 4 seconds.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
We're out here on I-90.
90 where? Hello? Hello, you're breaking up big time. Where are you at on 90?
I'm fixing to tell you. I'm on a sign, at a sign that says Concord Corporate Limits.
Okay, and what's going on there?
I just bought a truck, and something went wrong with it, and it took me, flew across the road on me, and hit this lady, and she's hurt.
Okay, so you're the vehicle, you're the owner of the truck, and there's another vehicle?
I'm the owner of the truck. I went left to center, because the truck had something go wrong with it.
Okay, and you said this is, you're near a sign that says Concord?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to cut her out of here, looks like.
She needs extricated, you think?
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Does anybody know exactly where we are?
It sounds like they're dispatching you guys out right now.
I heard no.
What is?
90, like 204 over 4.
204 over 4. Okay, yes, I did hear, I just heard them dispatch you. You said she needs extricated though, correct?
She needs extricated out of the car, yes.
Okay, what is your name, sir?
My name is Leon Klotz.
Okay, Leon, I'm gonna go ahead and let them know that information, okay?
Yes.
They're on the way. They've already been dispatched.
Yes.
Okay? Is she conscious and breathing?
She's moving every now and then, but she don't seem to be conscious.
She's not conscious, but she is moving?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's jerking up and down. She's breathing, but please hurry.
Okay. They did dispatch them out. I hear them on scan right now.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Do you want me to stay on here till they get here, or?
I'm gonna call them and let them know just to make sure that they know that she needs extrication, okay? Just to make sure they have that equipment rolling, okay? But they are on the way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sergeant, were there troopers on scene who began speaking with the defendant about the crash?
Yes.
Who would those troopers be?
Trooper Santiago and then myself.
There was some testimony about some initial statements that the defendant made to Trooper Schweinfurth about having a suspended license. Are you aware of that?
Yes. That was prior to us getting there, correct?
Now, did there come a point in time when the defendant had been asked to do a written statement?
Yes.
Trooper Santiago, who you were his field training officer that day, was he equipped with a functioning body-worn camera at the time on scene?
Yes.
Okay. And did it record some video that's relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show some of that. When you and Trooper Santiago spoke with the defendant, where was that?
The back seat of the patrol car.
Okay.
He was already seated in the back seat of the car when we got there.
Okay, so he was in the back seat of an Ohio State Highway Patrol cruiser.
Yes.
Okay, for much of the time on scene?
Yes.
Okay. And that cruiser that the defendant was seated in, was it equipped with a functioning dash cam system?
Yes.
And was the rear portion of the cruiser that the defendant was seated in, captured on tape
Correct.
and video?
Yes.
Audio and video? Okay. Now, you, yourself, do you have any, training in the detection of someone who is impaired by either alcohol or drugs or a combination of them?
Yes.
What training do you have, sir?
Aside from my academy training, I'm a drug recognition expert.
What does that mean?
Can you approach for a second?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you had contact with the defendant. There was no signs of any impairment, anything like drinking, nothing with the defendant, right?
I didn't observe anything, sir, no.
All right, so there comes a point in time when Trooper Santiago speaks with the defendant about the crash, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Part of that's captured on his body cam, part of it's in the back of the cruiser, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start, Your Honor, with State's Exhibit 21. This is the entirety of the dash cam of the rear cruiser.
We haven't done 20 yet.
We haven't done 20 yet. We'll come back to 20.
20 is right. Okay.
So State's Exhibit 21 is on the screen. Now, Sergeant, you have right next to your monitor that shows what's up on that projection screen as well, okay? I'm going to advance using Windows Media Player time to 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Best I can here. Okay, now, stop it at 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Sergeant Kindler, who's the seat in the back seat?
That's a defendant.
Okay, that's Liam Cott sitting over there, right?
Yes.
Here, what is the defendant doing?
He's filling out a statement form for us.
So the defendant writes a written statement through the course of being on scene there with you, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you that statement soon, but this is the defendant writing in the back of the car, right? 5 minutes and 32 seconds. 5 minutes and 30, close as I can get. Windows Media Player time.
Hey, Jeannie, I may be going to jail for a long time, honey. No, Jeannie. No, God, no. I want this woman to be all right. I'm scared. I have been. You keep praying too. I'll call you as soon as I know. If they, I mean, he's got me in the back of the car because I'm in trouble for driving under suspension. He's got me in the back of the car because I'm in trouble for driving under suspension. No, but hitting this woman and hurting her is bad. I don't know what they're going to do, honey. No, I wasn't on the phone. I wasn't doing anything. I was just driving along and something happened to the truck. Like the woman across the road said she seen the drive shaft fall out of it. Yes. On I-90.
We want to check up.
On I-90. Yeah. I was doing under the speed limit. I wasn't speeding or anything. Whatever. I think the drive shaft pulled off the ass into the truck up in there and made it swing around and get me sideways. And once I got sideways, there was no saving it.
350's en route to another out of the county. I can come.
No, I pushed the brakes some, but it didn't help.
Contact 1316.
It didn't help. Now I'm just really worried about this lady. I know. Oh my God. They're taking forever to get her out of there. They're taking forever to get her out of the car.
Sorry, it's Ravenna. Just advising your email or let the hub know that we're gonna have the westbound side shut down. They're gonna land light flight in the middle of the.
Oh wow, they're light flighting her, Jeannie. They're light flighting her.
Okay.
She's still alive, yes.
341, you're gonna need this lane.
Oh, say hurry.
Right, I'm en route right now.
Oh my God.
1890 road. I'm gonna need
I don't think she's gonna die. I pray to God she doesn't.
They can get them redirected.
God. They ain't got her out yet, I don't think. They're taking a long time.
341, 1898.
I know. It's fucking terrible.
Where do you want me at?
I'm so fucking nervous. I want a cigarette so
Get down here, we'll start
bad.
pushing them off at Vermin. We'll try to clear up this backlog as soon as we can once the helicopter lands.
I love you,
But
Jeannie.
for right now, why don't you go ahead and stage back up at Vermin, close it down, and try to push them off there so they have at least an extra route.
Oh no.
1898, could you re-advise that last part you cut out? Set up 90 in Vermin, and why don't you go ahead and push the cars off of 90 onto
It
Vermin.
ain't fair. It's not fair at all. I was trying to do all the right shit.
Okay.
I really was. I was trying to do all the right things, and I rushed into buying this truck. I shouldn't even have bought the damn thing. Well, I couldn't.
I'm stopping at Windows Media Player, 9 minutes, 37 seconds. Going to advance the recording to 15 minutes and 2 seconds. Windows Media Player time, close as I can get to 15. Sergeant Kindler, there comes a point in time when the defendant is taken out of the vehicle, there's some discussions had, and he gets back into the backseat of the cruiser here, right?
Yes.
Okay, and now, Trooper Santiago and yourself begin to question the defendant about the crash and some of the other circumstances, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm gonna start the video at, 14:58. As close as I can get. Windows Media Player time. Last question I'll ask you, sorry before I play the video. In the upper right-hand corner of the screen, those numbers, what is that? What are those numbers?
The digital recording number of the video.
Okay, and what
The,
about?
I'm sorry, the date and the time of the recording.
Okay, and is that accurate?
Yes.
Date and time? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Bad judgment. Now.
Really bad judgment on my behalf.
Okay, I'm just gonna read the statement back to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I just left dealership with truck ahead, drove in front of me.
All right, now stopping at 15:24. Who is this speaking from the outside of the vehicle?
Trooper Santiago.
And what is he doing?
He's rereading the defendant's statement back to him.
Okay, so what we saw the defendant writing in the back, he's reading it at this point?
Yes.
And do you and Trooper Santiago continue to ask the defendant questions and add to the written statement as he responds?
Yes.
Starting it up again, 15:24, Windows Media Player time.
And so something happened with the truck?
The woman that come over to help purchase said she seen the drive shaft fall out from underneath the truck. And I think it pole vaulted me, got the back end up off the ground.
Yeah.
And when it come down, I went sideways. And I tried to steer and correct it, and then went sideways the opposite way, and I got into the grass, and then I was over here.
Okay.
You know.
Did she hit you, or
Well,
what happened?
well, I was over here, I was still rolling forward, so she couldn't, I don't think she could avoid me. I think I was just in her way.
Because at that point you were already to the side?
I was partially sideways. I mean, that's why I didn't hit her directly head on, but terrible.
You want me to move the car?
I think she got to move.
Okay, so let's just start from the beginning again, okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll go for what happened, okay?
Yes, sir.
So tell me what happened.
What happened was, I was driving down the road,
Yep.
and all of a sudden, the truck shifted sideways really hard.
Right.
You know, and it's like it was up in the air and then come down on the ground, and I tried to turn back against it, and it actually started turning a little bit, but then it turned a whole lot and went sideways over there in the other lane and shot across the median. I was coming up out of the grass when, oh God, I thought she was going to get stopped or get around me, but she didn't. I got her.
So you were in the eastbound lane, you were heading down that
I was
way?
heading towards Ashtabula, yes, sir.
Ashtabula? Okay. I'm driving down the road, eastbound.
I'm stopping it at 17 minutes and 31 seconds. Your Honor, for purposes of just to advise the court, I'll be playing this video up until about 57 minutes and 4 seconds straight. You don't really tend to stop it.
Where we at now?
There's a question, and right now it is at 17:31.
About 40 more minutes? Okay.
Thanks.
You felt the truck take up?
387, the MD is gonna
It was
open
so
up one
sudden,
lane
I
again
can't
on
say that. I
19.
really felt it kick up, but I know all of a sudden I had no control over it. It just, it's something mechanical did it, for sure.
341, 387. Go ahead. Do you want me to keep each one in traffic at the Ruben exit or negative? I don't think it's gonna be necessary unless it's backed up real far.
I come across from over there.
You came across the median?
Yes, sir. That's the center, I guess, what they call that, right?
Yep. Shot across the median, and then...
You know what,
You came to the median to
it
control
happened pretty fast. Yes, I didn't intentionally get up in the medium, and when I first crossed over into this side, I took it, I tried to steer again, get away from everybody, and it turned again, like it turned all the way back around.
In the median or out
Out
here
here
on
on
the
the
roadway?
pavement.
So that's why your truck is facing that way it is? So you shot across the median, you turned 360 around, and then you struck her?
I struck her at the same time as I was turning, I think.
Struck her at the same time?
I mean, I'm not hurt. I'm upset, nervous, feel like a ignorant person, but, you know.
You shot across the median, then turning in the process?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
I mean, I'm doing everything I could to avoid everybody. I just, the one lady, it's the one lady. I hope you guys see this.
That's been disregarded, did you have
So that's been disregarded, or they have lowered the speed limit?
Okay, in order to be able to come put the signage out, we're gonna have one lane closer down, so they can come up to our speed. They can put the signage up for us.
And then, so as you were coming across the median, you just struck her? Like, as you came onto the westbound lane, you struck her?
As I come out of the westbound lane, the eastbound lane.
Yeah, you were going eastbound, you came
And when I got
across
out of the westbound lane,
Yeah.
the truck went ahead and did another 360, so I was trying to turn again. Because I see the cars coming,
Yeah.
and I see everybody getting over and getting over and getting over, and they all got by except her. But, you know, it all happened so fast. And as soon, of course, as soon as I started coming back onto this lane, I was panicking. At first, I thought I was just going to roll my truck out there in the median, and I would have been all right with that, compared to this. I couldn't even have bought that truck. I didn't know. Called you guys, I come running over here and opened the door and kept asking her, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" And I was busy trying to dial and call and talk to her at the same time, but I knew not to move her because just looking at her, you could tell you didn't need to move her. But she took and moved a little bit, and then I think the other people started coming and getting closer, so I took and dialed 911 and told them kind of what happened, waited for you guys.
What's the age of the driver? The Westbury?
Oh, they got her out?
Yep.
Oh, thank God.
Scott, you moving? Oh, okay.
1890 Everman, what's the 25 of that?
Never thought in a million years.
Disregard, I got it.
Where were you headed? You were heading home?
Heading to my house, yes.
And you said in Ashtabula?
Yes, Ashtabula.
Ashtabula County or?
Ashtabula City.
Ashtabula City.
Yes, sir. 1308 West 40th.
from?
I want to tell you the address, I think. Where did I put it?
On your phone?
It's in my back pocket. Yeah, looking for my phone because I used maps to get to where I was going, to where the dealership was at.
And you're coming from a dealership?
Yeah, car dealership where I just bought that at. Find maps, I'll tell you exactly where I was. There's the address, 36335 Willoughby Avenue.
Say that one more time, 36335 Reading Avenue?
Reading Avenue, yep. My eyesight ain't that great sometimes.
Yeah, 36335.
Yes, that's where the dealership's at. Paperwork is in my truck.
Okay.
I didn't make it very far, did I?
Were you just, okay, as you were driving, were you distracted by anything at all? Were you looking down were you messing with the radio? Were you playing with your phone?
No. I'd been on the phone 5 minutes earlier talking to my wife, but I wasn't on the phone at the time. I don't know what went wrong with the vehicle, but something did.
So as you came across the median, what did you try to do to prevent the crash? Like, did you make any evasive maneuvers? Like, did you...
Yes, that's why I spun over there on this side.
Say that one more time.
Once I got across the median, the truck actually spun around on this part of the road.
Yeah.
I made 1 360 on this side, trying to turn back or get on over there.
So you were trying to come across... Okay, so about how fast were you going?
I was going 65, 70 probably. I was right with the traffic. And I started off, I was in the car lane over there, in the slow lane. I went in the
You're in what?
I was in the slow lane.
In the right lane?
Yes.
So that was going to be my next question.
1898 corner, around.
Who? The who?
Coroner's going to be problem.
Oh, no. That woman died?
Huh?
That woman died.
I have no idea. They only sent me to talk to you.
Oh, my God.
All right, sir. I got to ask you some more questions, okay?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
Did you get a positive ID on that bumper?
So you were in the lane, the left, the right lane or the left lane?
That'd be the right lane.
You're in the right lane, so
Over
the
there.
slow lane?
Yes.
Okay, what lane were you in? Slow lane?
Slow lane, yes.
Sure you don't want to allow for it?
No, I don't need nothing.
Just the signature in that box there, on the white box, that said I offered to thank you, you didn't want to go.
Yeah, good enough.
All right.
Thank you.
As you came into the median,
Yes. Did you get? My God.
did you hit anybody else?
No, I didn't hit nobody else.
Or is it just you by yourself?
Just me by myself. No, I avoided all the people over there. probably really don't want to know, but I don't. Good God.
Right, we're gonna carry 204/4 westbound, 30-mile after.
Oh. Oh my God. Not until that happened, not until it just, there was no controlling it. I don't know what went wrong.
You said there was no control?
No control of the truck once it started swaying. I think the woman said she seen the drive shaft drop. I think she's probably right. Like it might have pole vaulted me, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
Obviously, because obviously you couldn't see.
Well, I couldn't see under the truck, but I know someone, there's no response in the steering or nothing else. Good God.
What would you mean by no control? No control of what?
Of the vehicle.
The tires, what do you mean by that?
I couldn't steer out of it, I couldn't brake out of it, you know. I hit the brakes, I couldn't get it, do anything. I think they were. I think it was just a steering thing, like maybe the acid in the truck would come up off the ground. What?
Did you lose steering?
I don't know. The steering wheel seemed to turn because when I turned it, it kind of tried to change directions and it slid sideways the other way. So, and I may have oversteered it. I don't know. It all happened pretty quickly and. Can I answer this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Anthony. I took and had something go wrong with this truck, and I went left to center and come across the medium, and had a head-on collision with this woman. And she's either hurt really bad or she.
They started the brakes work fine up until now.
I hadn't really had to use them until just now. When I left the dealership, they worked. When I left the dealership, they worked. When they drove it in.
When they worked fine?
Yes, sir. Anyways, she's hurt pretty bad, or I don't know. I think I overheard a conversation over the radio that they ain't looking too good. So anyways, I'm gonna get off here and deal with this, and I'll let you guys know what's happening as soon as I find out. You know, that's all I can do. All right, bye. They appeared to be when I looked at them. Like I said, first time I seen that truck was less than an hour ago. I found it on Marketplace on Facebook, and it seemed like a way where I could get a vehicle to drive and continue to work, so I come and picked it up. Did I do everything right? No.
Over there, he's taking measurements.
I'm gonna say that the tires look fairly decent.
Any of the tires getting low in air pressure?
Hey, well, the gauge on, you know, the tire sensor gauge,
Yeah.
it did come on. I don't know if,
As you're driving? How far?
oh, a few miles.
A few miles?
Yeah. I thought it was probably just a bad sensor, because the tires look pretty good. And I was going to the next gas station next was going to stop, put fuel in so I can make the rest of the way home, and check the tires and everything then.
Good.
Bad decisions on my behalf today. I was going to go to the next section to get out.
What?
I was headed to the next section to get off and check everything.
What exit would have that been?
I'm not sure. Wherever I got
Go to the Bruin Road exit?
I guess so. I mean, I didn't want to get off on the side of the highway and impede traffic or anything. I don't know. But to look at the tires, there wasn't nothing, didn't seem like there was nothing wrong with it. Because I lost control of the truck. I mean, the truck slid this way, then that way, and then back this way. Then I was in the grass, and I really didn't have any control then. And as soon as I hit the concrete over here, I tried to turn it again, and made a 360 right here on this side of the road, and then boom, there she was.
What were you distracted by?
I wasn't distracted by anything except whatever it was that happened to the vehicle. I wasn't distracted until I had something just happened. The vehicle was lost control. It wasn't me looking off or nothing like that at all. Maybe 70. I was right with the traffic and I was in the slow lane.
What was your speed at impact?
wasn't looking at anything except what was coming and whizzing by me. I guess the people do the measuring to find out what that was. And like I said, I guess the people that measure all this stuff figure out what the impact fee was.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll be able to estimate hers or mine or both or what, but. But no, I wasn't speeding and I wasn't careless.
Take prescription medication for anything?
No, I do not.
You consume any alcohol?
No, I have not. Am I right about what I overheard?
Say that one more
Am I
time?
right about what I overheard when I was hearing your radio?
Yeah. Do you use any recreational drugs?
No, I do not.
Huh?
No, sir.
No? Do you have any medical conditions?
Except for maybe I've got a bit of a lung congestion kind of thing going on. I guess it'd be like long COVID or whatever, but other than that, nothing. And no, I'm not COVID right now.
Everyone that moves a vehicle, the pickup truck is leaving, so they went for that one. Yeah, we have paperwork. Did you sleep last night?
Yes, I did.
How many hours?
7.
What time did you wake up?
I'm gonna say about 6:30.
AM?
Yes.
You feel tired driving?
No.
How long have you owned that truck?
How long have I owned it? I got there at 4:30. I finished getting in by about 4:45. Since 4:45 to 2. Yes. Not very long. lot of times it's spam call, guys. Turn this off till I need it.
Is this the first time you've driven it?
Yes, sir. Guy's getting a really good deal for $24.95 or whatever it is. I thought I was getting a pretty good deal on the truck for $24.95. 2008, not that many miles.
Oh, they're 2387?
Not such a good deal after all.
Go ahead.
You give me a 10 signal,
Okay.
What lane did you drive the car in?
That one over there, fast lane. She was, yes. Fast westbound. Yes, what lane I actually made impact with her.
Yeah.
It's a fast westbound lane. Yes, I did. That's why I'm not hurt. I don't know why the airbags didn't go off in it.
Like your rear end. Mostly your rear. It hurt.
So it must have hit when I was spinning around.
Yeah.
I didn't actually see her, but I seen other people trying to steer away from them. Couldn't take us up. What's that? No, sir. No, sir. No, I don't know what happened. Something happened to the vehicle. I don't know exactly what happened, but something happened with that vehicle. No, I didn't need the maps to get home. I had it on when I first left it, but I turned maps off right when I got on 90. I got out of the app. Turned it off.
You get injured?
I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt. I may never be the same. I may never be the same.
What time did you leave the dealership?
I'm gonna say from a 4:45 to 5 o'clock, somewhere right in there. I'm not, I wasn't actually keeping track of it. The transaction happened really quick, and I was on the road. You know what? It was gonna be a little bit after 5.
Gotcha.
say 5:15 maybe.
5:15?
5:15. I'd say is when I left the dealership.
Okay.
Probably wasn't even like 15 minutes before I dialed 911.
So you went 15 minutes before you called 911?
Left the dealership probably about 15 to 20. Yeah, however long it took me from there to here.
Okay.
And I'll tell you about what time I left the dealership.
The dealership give you paperwork, all the history and stuff like
It's
that?
got Carfax in the, I think, is in the envelope in the truck. I think. I mean, I think I've seen a folder that said Carfax. I don't know. Judging by all the rest is laying on the ground.
You said you think they gave it to you?
I believe. I mean, I'm trying to really remember it. They handed me a folder. I'm gonna say that that's probably what it was. I didn't look at them or anything else. You know, I just paid for the vehicle and left. I asked him if he thought he would make it to my house and be, you know, okay. And he said sure. He said I needed exhaust because I asked him to check engine light before. He said he thought it was exhaust, and that's about all.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Can I have your address?
Yeah, it's 1308 West 40th Street, Ashton, Beulah, 44004.
Yeah, and then your zip code?
44004.
44004?
Yes, sir.
Hey, sir, what's your first name? Leonard?
Leon.
Leon?
Leon.
Neil? Alright, sir, I need you to sign here for me, okay? Down at the bottom where it says your signature. And I'm gonna need you to sign on all of these pages for me, okay? Where there's all the writing, all the questions that we asked you.
Let me ask you one question. You didn't write anything that we didn't say, right?
Say that again?
I know you did. No,
I can't hear you.
I said you didn't write down anything I didn't say.
Yeah, I wrote that.
I know you did. I know you did, man. That's just me being nervous because I got reason to be nervous.
Is that what we're done?
I said that's just me being nervous because I guess I got reason to be nervous.
We got one more page.
Oh, one more?
Yep. You got a couple more actually.
Oh.
Two more. You got two more.
Right. Well, you had to write it all instead of me.
Alright, sir, then can you just put your phone number here for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll also need your date of birth. Did you have insurance on the vehicle? No?
I called to get a quote, and I tried to call them when I first got the vehicle. I tried to call.
Yeah, you tried to call them, okay?
And I didn't get through, and I should have waited, and I didn't.
What insurance provider did you call?
Freeway?
Freeway? You put that down?
Yes.
Do you have the number on hand as well?
I can get my phone and get it.
You can put that down there as well for me, okay?
Yes, sir. What did you ask for before this? I'm rushing with my brain.
The insurance company that you made contact with and their phone number. So this is your phone number,
right.
And then the insurance company that you made contact with. Freeway Insurance?
Yes.
And then you have their phone number?
Yes. I think it's a phone number. I hope they ain't just one of the silly messages from being online. Yeah, she called me.
1475 around. I'll be out at 3332 Knowlton Road, Rock Creek.
Come on, phone. It's gonna take a second.
Is it died?
No, it ain't died yet. I had it turned off at 12%. It'll come on.
Date of birth on there?
Oh, yeah, that's what you asked for?
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to ask you. What else you asked me for?
Is that a 9?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
13th of September?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Come on, phone. Here it goes. Slow. I'll get that in a second.
Right. Get that done for me. I'm gonna check back with you in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Then
can I have this light for a cigarette?
I'm gonna ask my sergeant, okay? Give me a few minutes.
Pretty nervous here. Yes, sir.
Watch yourself.
Yep.
Stop it, Your Honor. 57.4 seconds, window media player time. Sergeant Kindler, I asked you prior to beginning to watch this longer portion of the video. Provided written statement that he had, right?
Yes.
Now, through the course of watching this last 40 minutes of video, questions were being asked of the defendant, right?
Yes.
Who was asking those questions?
Trooper Santiago and myself.
All right, and as you were asking those questions, what were you doing with the form?
Writing the questions and the responses.
Okay, now here towards the end section, that we watched about maybe starting about 52 minutes into it, questions were asked of the defendant regarding insurance, and he told you that he had contacted insurance companies, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and then you see in the video that he's writing something. What is he writing?
He's writing his phone number and then looks like the name and the phone number for the insurance company.
Okay, so the defendant does write that. That's what the defendant's writing as we watched here on this witness form.
Yes, and he's also signing the forms for us.
Okay, and handing a state exhibit 22, is that the defendant's written statement form that I've been asking you questions about?
Yes.
And going through, watching the video, the defendant went through and signed his signature here at the bottom.
The defendant and Trooper Santiago.
Okay. That's state exhibit 22, Your Honor. A few more statements here in the back of the cruiser relating to the crash, doesn't he, Trooper?
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get to those. Advancing, Your Honor, to 1 hour and 15 seconds, so this is gonna be about a minute and a half long.
We're still in 21, exhibit 21.
This is state's exhibit, 21, Your Honor,
Okay.
yes.
They don't have to have my phone to find out. No, I wasn't talking on the phone. I wasn't distracted. So, no, there wasn't nothing. She was alone in the car. Yes. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to her. I'm sorry to you. Sorry to God. I should have called the insurance company before I left the dealership. No, I called them yesterday. I tried to call them, and the damn thing was, they didn't answer. It didn't go through. Oh my God. It's just bad, only. I don't know how bad. I mean, I didn't do it on purpose, but it's still, someone's dead. And that'll follow me the rest of my life. Oh, it's gonna freak me out forever. I'm so freaking sorry. I'm sorry to you, I'm sorry to her. I love you, baby. I'll call you back when I can. Okay?
Advancing to 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 47 seconds into State's Exhibit 21, Your Honor.
I think I was sitting still when she hit me. Now I've had time to think about it because I remember all the cars getting out of the fast lane to get around me. And I think one whipped out of the fast lane to get around me, and she whipped over to avoid them. I'm pretty sure.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Say that again?
When I come across
The median?
across the median, the truck spun once over here, I'm about positive. But and I started looking like I was going to get off the road over here. Because I come all the way around and my ass end was pointing towards her, and I know for sure that I was partially in that lane pointing that direction because the cars were, because I was looking out for the cars coming, you know, and I looked back that way and I seen cars getting out of this lane to go around me over here. And I think one cut over in front of her, and she cut back behind them because she didn't see what was going on.
Okay.
I mean, that doesn't change the fact that I did
No,
this.
that doesn't really change
But,
much.
I mean, when you go to measuring everything up.
Doesn't measure everything up.
When you guys go and you guys are measuring everything up. It all needs to, you know, so you know, I'm telling you how it happened the right way. I would like to. 1425 for coming.
If you want to have him add that to your statement, you can.
Good
I'm telling you
God.
right now, I see nothing that makes me think she was speeding.
45. Oh, I don't think she was speeding. That's not what I'm saying. You know, I did everything humanly possible to avoid it.
No, you didn't. You were driving on suspended license.
Oh man. Can I have a drink? Good God. You're right.
321 is no.
To 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. Will be about 6 minutes long. That'll be the last portion of video that I show from State's Exhibit 21. Okay.
Good questions, and then I'll call whoever.
You pick the truck up at the dealership, and they tell you, hey, it's not safe to drive.
No, they didn't say that. They didn't say that.
They didn't say nothing?
No.
Did they have you sign any papers? Hey, that thing ain't safe to drive, I don't want you to drive it today.
No, they did not.
They said, you drive it away, you're okay.
I asked him if he, you know, because they had check engine light on.
Yeah.
I said, are you sure that that'll make it, you know, at least to my house?
Yeah.
You know, because I'm semi-mechanical, I can fix a few things. And he said, oh yeah, no problem. So, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't even have rushed it. I mean, I've been without a vehicle for a while, without any work, and trying to get back on my feet.
What'd you get your license suspended for?
No registration and, failure to have insurance. That's right. No insurance.
You got insurance now?
No, I called for a quote and for the SR 22, you know, because I was planning on going up, with the license plates, paint everything, and getting it right. I mean, this was going to be a turning point to get back on my feet the right way, you know. Just filled out for my pension.
Are you working?
I took on a side job. That's where I come up with the money to buy the vehicle, get the insurance, pay the reinstatement. I figured everything was going to be fine. It didn't work out.
Now, so you said, sir, that the dealer didn't have you sign any paperwork saying that this isn't okay to drive?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, he did shove a couple pieces of paper at me, but I didn't read them. I don't think he did. But he may have.
You got those papers in the truck?
There's some papers in the truck. I don't know if you give me a copy of it.
Make sure those papers, you got those papers and stuff, take the camera card back there.
I swear, guys, I wasn't distracted or anything.
You don't know why? You just drove off the road, or is it
I didn't
a car in front of you that was stopping, or what happened?
I was going along just fine, and the truck started going like this, and I could never get it corrected, you know, it started to weave in and out of it.
What do you think happened? You think something broke back?
I'm not sure, I mean, I can't.
You lost the tires? You all did,
I might have broke a belt on a tire or something, or it might be like that. There was one lady that come over to help right away. She said she stopped down that way a little ways further, and she said that she seen that my drive shaft had fallen out of the truck. And I'm almost thinking that it catapulted me somewhat.
How long ago was that? She said that the drive shaft broke?
Right when I got over here.
Oh, okay, so
She was coming from this way. You know, that's
coming this way, she said
she was headed that way. She said she seen my drive shaft was hanging down.
But did you lose power to the truck?
The motor was running.
The drive shaft snapped, you're gonna lose power, right?
Yeah, but I give it gas, but to try to help get, you know, I turn it to give it a little bit of gas. So I hear that it helps straighten you out. No response. Yes, maybe the drive shaft was broken. I can't say that. It all happens sometimes. But my brain won't work real good right now. So.
All right, well, I mean, obviously, you know, she passed away,
Yeah, I know, I heard it over the radio. Oh my God! Yeah!
Well, calls here when you get settled, and try to get somebody to come up.
I'll get somebody to come get me, please. God.
Stop it at 2 minutes. 2 hours, 4 minutes, 18 seconds into it at this point.
Thank you. Cross-examination. Mr. Matthews?
I guess just, you guys don't inform people that are put into the backs of cruisers that they are being videotaped, correct?
We have stickers that are on the back of the windows, but as far as physically telling them no, well, we have stickers that inform them that they're subject to audio and video recording.
Okay. But there's never any explicit verbal statement to that effect?
Correct.
At any point, did you receive any information regarding a criminal history from Mr. Klotz?
I don't recall it.
Direct examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, sir, thank you very much. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll recess for the evening, start back up tomorrow. You can, you have anything in the morning?
No, sir,
One second. I don't have anything. All right, we'll start up at, try to get here by 8:30, we'll get started as soon as we can get here and get going, hopefully by 8:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
sounds good, thank you.
All right, everyone enjoy their night.
All
You too.
rise.